Sam, just let us know when you're ready, okay? Thanks. Good. Great. Well, good morning. This is the bonding subcommittee, which is part of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. And we are here today to meet with various state agencies and discuss authorized and unauthorized bonding programs in each of our state agencies. Today, we have a full schedule that we will share shortly. I will ask all of our members to please be respectful of the time frame we are working within. As a reminder, we are here to ask agencies questions that pertain to bonding and how they plan to use bonding going forward. All members of the bonding subcommittee are either on other legislative committees. Therefore, you may not see them in the room, but I can assure you they are paying attention and they certainly will follow up if they have any questions or concerns. And so again, you will see members coming in and out of the hearing room. That's because they sit on other committees and we're JFing bills as we speak. At this point, I will turn it over to our co-chair, State Senator Pat Miller, who is certainly no stranger to bonding. She brings a lot of experience and knowledge to the bonding subcommittee. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome everyone. I'm excited to sit in this chair once again. I was the predecessor to my chair, Ron DiNapoli. So this is a very important committee, the work that we do here, because we're responsible for making sure the capital needs of this state are met, be it agencies as well as nonprofits. And one of the worst things that I had to give up when I left the House was this seat, this position, chair of this committee, because we do such great work. And so I just want to welcome you and just to say that I'm excited to be with you again, Representative Piscopo, and my new chair to my left, who is also a former classmate, who is still a classmate. We came in together, Senator Wong. But I just want to reiterate and stress that the reason we're here is to address the capital needs. We're not here to discuss anything else but what's done in the bond package and what you've submitted today, what the agencies have submitted today. So any questions outside of that, any questions outside of that, I will definitely interrupt because we're here to address the capital needs of the state and nothing else. So thank you, and I'll hand it over back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. So last session, the bond bill, we passed with bipartisan support, and that's because all members work very closely together, and we certainly anticipate that spirit of cooperation going forward. At this point, I would turn it over to our competent and hardworking ranking members. I'll start with Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am excited to get started on this. This is one of the rare subcommittees, which is a subset of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, but it is one of the most collegial, collaborative, and mission-focused subcommittees that I'm proud to be a part of. And I think that is a tribute to former Senate Chair Senator Moore, the current House Chair, Representative Napoli, but it's also the way we approached it. And I want to echo what the Senate Chair articulated. We are focused in on bonding, and unlike any other part of this building, which is so politically driven, we're talking about dollars and cents and what this bonding and our allocation can do to help support your important mission. And I think that is an important part, and I will support the chairs in that area, that if we've crossed the bounds of what is critical to the mission of the bonding subcommittee, I would support that and shutting down that conversation. But I also want to share my excitement in having the good Senate Chair, Senator Miller, joining me. And she does indeed come from a wealth of experience. I'm so grateful. Beyond the great friendship that I value, I remember us being in the House when you were the chair of the House, subcommittee that through you and Libby Foreign, you have taught me how to collaborate and work together to focus on the mission that you just articulated this morning. But most important of all, you taught me how bonding and collaborative working relationship is part and parcel why we're here as legislators. So I'm grateful to be here. I'm so excited. And I wanted to also acknowledge that we have UConn first in the House, but I also want to share with my subcommittee members, I appreciate the diligence and the promptness. You were all here 15 minutes before the meeting, prepared. So that is an impressive part that I want to acknowledge, and thank you to all of you for what you do as part of UConn and the state of Connecticut. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Piscopo, a few opening remarks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I hope to continue this long tradition of working together with everybody on this committee in a bipartisan fashion. I think if we listen to each other, we can turn out a document that we're proud of. And I'm looking forward to a good effort on this committee to produce a real good document. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for being here, doing us the respect and courtesy of coming to address us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Representative Piscopo. So at this moment, we will turn it over to the president of the University of Connecticut, Radinka Mehra.
Co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee, good morning. Thank you for your service. Thank you for working together. And today is International Day of Happiness. So I'm so happy to be in front of this committee today. So today with me are Dr. Andy Aguanobi, CEO of UConn Health, Ann Deliva, Provost, Rika Green, and Lisa Danville, UConn and UConn Health budget officers. And thank you for opportunity to provide you with a statue of our state bonding projects through the UConn 2000 program and general obligation bonds approved through the Bond Commission. I have submitted written testimony and PowerPoint slides deck to the committee. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to each of you for your leadership, dedication, and support. UConn is top public university because of the state ongoing support and investment. This year, UConn has already set a record for applications, nearly 64,000, an impressive increase of 10,000 over just 2 years ago. This success underscores the unwavering confidence that students and families have in our outstanding faculty, more than 300 of whom ranked among the most highly cited scholars worldwide. UConn is a vital force in building communities, innovation for and with communities, and advancing the state of Connecticut. Our Husky pride is immense. The university operates 7 campuses across more than 4,100 acres, with 18 million square feet of facilities in stores and this extensive underground utility infrastructure of spanning hundreds of miles and providing critical infrastructure support to the surrounding communities. The stores and Farmington campuses function as small cities. We are open 365 days a year and serve thousands of students, staff, patients, and visitors daily. To effectively manage this dynamic and active campuses, we require consistent and reliable capital funding, as well as flexibility to address emergency infrastructure and facility needs for a 24/7 operation. As a leading public research institution, we must be able to plan, design, renovate, and construct facilities to address increase in student enrollment without disrupting our academic programs or student activities. For the past 30 years, the UConn 2000 program has provided us with resources and capabilities to work effectively toward achieving these goals. A high-level summary of the program can be found on the slides 18 and in PowerPoint attached to my testimony. Since the beginning of Yukon 2000 in FY 96, we have seen improvements in nearly every facet of our university. The return on the investment can be measured by many matrices, and here are just of the few highlights. Yukon and Yukon Health contributed $8.5 billion to the state's economy. Research awards have grown from $286 million to $368 million over the past 5 years. In FY 24, Incubator Space hosted 41 startup companies that created 298 jobs. Since 2003, there have been at least 42 faculty startup companies and 27 student startup companies in Yukon Technology Incubator, and we have many more that are not a part of Incubator. At Yukon, undergraduate enrollment increased by 10,637 students, or 72.5% since fall 1995, when Yukon 2000 started. Since 2013, the Next Gen Connecticut initiative has increased undergraduate STEM enrollment by 44%. And today, 76 of Yukon graduates from Connecticut take job in state after graduation. At Yukon Health, access to patient care has increased, and we have achieved unprecedented clinical revenue growth from $356 million in FY 13 to more than $1 billion budgeted in FY 25. 25% of physicians and 65% of dentists practiced in Connecticut are trained at Yukon Health. For the last 3 years, our hospital has been recognized by Newsweek as one of the world's best hospitals and received 8 consecutive A patient safety rating by the Leapfrog Group. And this year, Yukon Health is recognized as one of America's best large employers by Forbes, placing second among 7 Connecticut organizations. The Yukon 2000 program has and continues to renovate, modernize, and dramatically expand the physical plant of the university. It is a major tool in attracting and retaining outstanding students, world-class faculty, research, and staff. Highlights of completed phase 3 projects are noted on the page 3 of my testimony and in the PowerPoint slides 27 and 28. I can't emphasize enough how this state support has enabled the university to make strategic investment in Connecticut's future, lay the foundation for the economic development, and create hundreds of construction jobs along the way. We remain grateful that last legislative session, the General Assembly approved additional $625 million in extending the program for 4 more years to 2031. The vital funding, along with requirement to raise $100 million in philanthropic gifts, will be used to continue to modernize STEM infrastructure to meet workforce needs of our state, to address deferred maintenance, renovate parts of the Gamble Pavilion for our national championship basketball programs, and upgrade the field house and other athletic facilities to correct Title IX inquiries. All projects in phase 3 are underway and in different phases of construction, planning, and/or design. Details are on the slide 20 of the PowerPoint. We have successfully met our first-year philanthropy target of $20 million and are on track to reach our second-year target of $31.5 million. We are thankful for the previously approved FY 26 and FY 27 authorization that will enable us to continue this important work. Over the past several years, the state has also authorized the general obligation bond funds to address additional critical deferred maintenance, IT, and equipment needs. This information can be found on the slide 21 of the PowerPoint. Deferred maintenance funds allowed us to keep us with the maintenance of our buildings, ensuring the state investments are protected and all facilities are safe and current with the code and accessibility requirements. 30 million of deferred maintenance funds were requested for Yukon Health in FY27 to maintain a consistent schedule of replacement, repairs, and upkeep. In addition, we have significant equipment and information technology security needs across our campuses. Funds are necessary to maintain existing systems, replace end-of-the-life equipment, make improvements to support academic and research needs, and ensure continuing improvement in the overall security of our data and systems. We have requested 23 million of funds for this purpose in FY26 and 23 million in FY27. A list of the equipment has been submitted to the committee staff. And finally, Public Act 21-111 includes the innovation faculty hires and entrepreneurial ecosystem initiatives. And university plans to hire 10 faculty with demonstrated excellence in the research field and interest in collaborating on the research that meets societal needs or commercializing discoveries, innovation, and technologies. The funding will also support related construction, renovation, and equipment required to encourage and facilitate creation of new business ventures in the state that fuel economic growth and provide resources to expand the university's entrepreneurial ecosystem. The program costs were to be phased over 6 years and split between 46.1 million in state bonds plus university funds. A high-level budget is included on the slide 22 of the PowerPoint. Our strategic plan goal is to grow our research portfolio from 368 million in FY23 to 500 million in FY30. The innovation faculty hires will help launch Yukon Future, increasing our ability to attract prominent researchers and students nationally and globally, and maximize our infrastructure. All this will translate into more research, development, technology translations, innovations, entrepreneurship, strong economic output for the state, more jobs, productivity, produce new technologies, and boost the local economy like in Boston or North Carolina Research Triangle and San Francisco Bay Area. Those regional economies thrive due to the presence of the public and private research universities that have brought in investment capital and developed human capital for increasingly modern workforce and spark innovation through research for decades. We need the very best and innovative scientists and other researchers to become members of our esteemed faculties. Drawing more of these world-class minds to Connecticut will increase the likelihood of our success in growing research and increasing economic development in Connecticut.
Just a reminder on time, you reached the 10 minutes.
Thank you for considering our request and for your continued strong support of Yukon and Yukon Health. We are happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for your presentation, and it was very comprehensive and informative. And so a question that I do have is not pertaining to the university, but to Yukon Health in particular. And so it was a priority for this subcommittee to address what was happening with the chief medical examiner and their facility. And so could you shed some light on where we are as far as them finding a permanent facility, and whether or not that's going to be a part of the health campus or not, and what the timetable looks like for
Right.
that project?
Thank you, Representative. So we're not in the actual discussions between the state and the Office of the Medical Examiner, but we are aware of their need. Our understanding at this point in time is that they will be doing a renovation to their current existing building. That's the latest information we have. As you probably know, there were other options on the table. One option was to build a completely new building still on our campus. And then the other options were various types of renovations of the old building. So our understanding at this point in time, and we're very supportive of this, is that they are going to renovate on their current building on our campus. And when I say supportive, I mean supportive of any changes that need to happen around our parking spaces and easements and things like that. Obviously, we're not party to whether the final decision is renovation versus build, but we're supportive of them getting new space and doing so on our campus.
No, thank you for that, Doctor. I appreciate your feedback. My second question does pertain to the university. And so can we talk about what projects are happening or might happen in the near future, but outside the Storrs campus, perhaps at the other satellite offices, like Stanford and Waterbury?
So Stanford is our fastest growing regional campus. We have at this point 2,000 applications for the Stanford campus alone. And 37% of our students identify Stanford as a #1 priority. So the growth needs are there. We are in constant conversation with Mayor of the Stanford, with Department of Economic Development. We are looking to build the AI Institute in partnership with the Stanford City along the railway station. If we are successful with having the private institutions that are going to work with us. So the expansion for Stanford is really needed because we provide 12 majors, 4 years degree in Stanford. And the interest is huge. So, but I would like to have my provost to elaborate further on what are more specific plans for the Stanford campus.
Sure.
Yes, thank you so much. So at Stanford, in addition to what President Merrick mentioned, we're also working to expand and improve our facilities for nursing, our simulation labs, library renovations, and other resources for our students. We've created an academic success center that will open shortly to help support the success of all of our undergraduate students there. I'd also like to mention that in Waterbury, we have opened the building on Main Street, so 36 Main, and that's very, very exciting. We have a number of research units moving in there, as well as our nursing sign program. So that's a wonderful, very impactful expansion of our Waterbury campus. And then, of course, we have the Excel Center space adjacent to our Hartford campus. Again, we're collaborating with UConn Health, especially on units that are moving in there that will be doing research and as well as community outreach and engaged in pipeline programs.
Thank you for that response.
And at Avery
President.
Point, we started conversations with Electric Boat and Eversource. What are their needs and what are the additional majors that we are going to offer at Avery Point?
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And so what we'll do is we'll go with questions in the room. We also have members who are online. And so we'll go with questions in the room first, and then we'll take our members who are online. And so I'll turn it over to our co-chair, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since you brought up Stanford and you brought up the expansion of your campuses and the growth, because of your growth, the need to expand your campuses. I caution you that in your efforts to accommodate your growth, that you be mindful of the communities. That you, in Stanford, we are dealing with the issue now where there's a contract, 25-year lease with an owner who have residents living in the building. So there are existing residents, and those residents will be displaced in the sense that as of, I believe, April of 2026, the building has to be empty. Stanford is a very expensive city, and housing that people can afford, affordable housing to me is a misnomer. Housing that people can afford is very difficult to come by. And so I caution you that when you, again, in your efforts to accommodate your growth, that you be mindful of the communities. And even if you have conversations with the executive office, officer or chief executive officer in those communities that they may not be in tune with what's actually happening in the community. And the only way that you're going to really find out what's happening in communities to meet with the local legislators, not just the state, but also the local legislators. And so I just really caution you in those efforts because, as you know, Stanford has become an issue now. And I really do appreciate the efforts that you've made. UConn, not only you, Madam President, but UConn as a whole, the efforts that you've made to expand the Stanford campus, where you have dorms now, where a few years ago, there weren't any dorms. And so you have accommodated the growth in Stanford, and we really do appreciate that. But again, I ask that you use some caution. And so I have a couple of questions. I was interested in the research faculty. Can you discuss that? I was looking at, I guess to ask you what obstacles have prevented you from using the allocations for the research faculty? I'm trying to find, if you give me a moment. So I guess you have an unallocated balance of over $41 million. And we did reauthorize, but there hasn't been any use of the allocation.
It was approved, but we didn't get dollars. So the objective at that time and that bill when it passed was to have a state to support to bring faculty who are entrepreneurs, faculty who have experience in starting the companies and who are going to move to Connecticut. And state through the bond funding will support those faculties' infrastructure, building the labs for them, buying the equipment for them, and then university will support with the salaries. So that was the bond. So I think are you referring to that one?
Yes, the research faculty recruitment and hiring program.
Correct.
And so have you allocated, because you said it was approved, but you don't have the money?
We didn't receive money from state. We allocated our own money for the
Right.
salaries, but we didn't get the money from state.
Yes, we requested that it be added to the bond commission, but it has not yet been added to the bond commission agenda. Thank you.
So that's not an automatic authorization then?
It was
Like 20.
approved and in governor budget, it was removed from the budget. So we are asking to put it back.
So you're saying it was removed? What's
Correct.
the difference? Okay. And also, and I guess my chair had asked, I had to go and get clarification. We were asking about would like to know if what are the benefits to the medical examiner's office and UConn to maintain the proximity to the health center? What's the benefit in that?
So we have a lot of interactions with the Office of the Medical Examiner around patients particularly patients or people who have been brought in who are deceased. And so we have a lot of interactions. I'd have to get our pathology lab director to give a sort of list of the different benefits, but we've had a long-standing relationship with them, very collaborative. It's helpful, obviously, for them as a medical examiner to be close to UConn Health. And we can get you a list of more of the specifics, but we certainly are, we appreciate and value the relationship, and we're supportive of them staying on the campus if that makes sense to their organization.
So you think it benefits both the campus,
Yes.
the health center, as well as the medical
Yes.
examiner's office?
Yes.
Because we know that it's in statute, right? That it has to be near a hospital.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
yeah.
No,
That's okay.
did you want to add to that?
No.
No,
we're-
okay. So, because since, I guess, when I was here as chair, it's always been, they've been looking for a place, right?
Right.
We needed to revitalize, I guess, to renovate, or should be revitalized, the campus. the office, the medical examiner's office. And so because they've outgrown the space and where they're holding bodies, it's not good. And so it's been a everlasting conversation. And so I'm hoping that this year that we can really get a move on this because it's been a very long time.
Yeah, one of the options that came up that I mentioned before was a brand new building. And when that was in discussion, it was still always to be a brand new building on our campus.
Mm.
And in fact, at that time, we were actually thinking of taking the top floor of that and putting our pathology lab, our laboratory on the top floor again, because of the interactions between the two agencies. But again, that's for the state to decide whether it's a renovation or a new building. And I think they're deciding on a renovation or revitalization, as you said. But still, there's never been any discussion between us and them about them moving off our
Okay.
campus. So my presumption there is that these longstanding ties we have, both academic as well as clinical, are
Mhm.
important.
So thank you for addressing that. And I don't know if it's going to be a new building or a renovation or a building that was revitalized as well. And I don't know, because I was asking a question, I don't know if my co-chair had asked this, is that do the UConn 2000 funds, are those funds used to leverage federal dollars at all? The UConn 2000. Or federal grants? You want
So in certain circumstances, yes. So for example, the funding for CIRCA, our Center for Climate Adaptation and Resilience, the investment by the state and build out of CIRCA has been used to create capacity that then enables us to go pursue federal grants.
So based on what you just mentioned, the fact that you receiving these funds is very, very important to the work that you do. And we're looking at resilience because we know what's happened during the storm last year. And the governor resilience and climate is very important in the governor's proposal this year as well. So, and that's what I think that is important for the committee to know, is that how important these dollars are for you to leverage federal grants to do the work that you do.
And Senator Miller, if I can expand on that, the investment is Science One building, that is the most recent building, has a clean room. And the Raytheon is now doing some of their work and research at our facility instead of going to North Carolina or somewhere else.
Mhm.
So it is also addressing the needs of the industry that is in Connecticut and expanding the jobs in Connecticut based on the infrastructure that is invested in Yukon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll hold my other questions till everyone else has asked a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you. Welcome again, President. I'll get right to the point in regards to the cuts in deferred maintenance and the governor's budget. One of the things we have learned in this bonding committee is that deferred maintenance looks good on paper, saves you dollars and cents, but inevitably 3 years later, we come back and the condition has been beyond the point of repair, and it costs twice as much. Can you talk about the short-sightedness of cutting deferred maintenance, and what are the critical projects that would be impacted by this cut in the bonding allocation and deferred maintenance?
Yeah, I will ask our provost to respond to that, because we have the detailed list of what has to be repaired. And we always try to prioritize, and saying, here are the things that we must do. And if you can talk about Gantt Lab and how delay in the renovation of Gantt Lab is influencing, the faculty's conditions, the equipment that we have, the infrastructure, that at some point, as Senator Huang says, it is not anymore discussion about repair. It's almost like demolition, and it costs 2 or 3 times more. So
That's right. The final phase of our Gantt renovation is a great example of this. So this wing of Gantt building, it's one of our largest academic buildings, houses both faculty research labs as well as teaching spaces for biology. So 1,000 level first-year students are in that building, as well as our most elite researchers. We have situations there now where we have faculty with millions of dollars in grants, and they have water running down the walls of their labs. They're having to take their lab mice and move them into emergency locations because they have to get them out of the lab. So the basic deferred maintenance is undermining our ability to do the elite and impactful research that we want to do. Additionally, we've had growth in enrollment, but because the biology labs have not been renovated in decades, we can't accommodate one more student in those biology labs. And those classes serve not only biology majors, but all of our life sciences and health professions as well. So our growth in nursing, our growth in pharmacy, all of that has to be supported by the biology classes, and our labs are outdated. They're in poor condition, and they're not set up to accommodate the number of students we need to accommodate.
Yeah, and I'll just add, obviously, on the healthcare side, deferred maintenance is critical, literally, because we're 24/7, 365, seeing patients all the time. We have about 3.6 million square feet of plant. Some of it is really nice, but we have to maintain it. But I'll give you an example. Our laboratory is still in the old building, extremely old, isn't configured well for the type of new technology that we have that is actually much more efficient. If you think about the different conveyor belts between different analyzing machines, you can't put it in a space that has chopped up rooms. And that's going to cost about $30 million to do that. And if you think about our old patient tower, so when we moved to the new building, which we're very thankful for, and by the way, does need to be kept up constantly. But when we moved from the old building and then we became full, we have to start moving back into the old building. For example, the new beds that we have, which is a great thing. It's a great success story to have to move back into the old building. That building's probably going to cost another 35 million just to get the HVAC to where it needs to be.
If I may, if you could provide a more detailed explanation, because I want to respect other colleagues' time, that is one that is important from a deferred maintenance strategically. The second question is the faculty innovators. We see a significant elimination in 26. Now, we talk about enhancing business, innovation. As the co-chair of the biosciences, what you have done through your collaboration with Jackson Labs and creating jobs, how much value does the innovators, the current existing ones that you've recruited, 2 and 4, to the total of 10, cutting that program, and again, the governor's bonding proposal, what does that do to your recruitment effort and your ability to build a momentum to be a bioscience or any kind of business innovator to lead UConn as the foremost research institution in the Northeast?
It means that we will fall behind. And we are in this constant competition for the workforce, and our students want to work with the faculty who are the scientists and innovators. If you look the number of the students that attend entrepreneurial courses and want to start the companies, we have huge demand and huge needs. Over 3,000 of our students annually take entrepreneurial courses. So they need the faculty who build their companies in drug discovery, in material science, in artificial intelligence, in the quantum. And if we don't bring those leading authorities, and we cannot lead. So that's where we are. No,
I appreciate that. And if I may ask of the cadre of experts that you have, if you could demonstrate some of the economic impact where an innovator in the technologies of AI, bioscience, and I think it's an important factor that needs to be noted that 76% of the graduates from Connecticut take jobs in the state. So when we're talking about business and economics, that is an important leverage point when you look at faculty. The last point I'll be quickly is a big pitch, Circa. Someone had mentioned CIRCA, the Connecticut Institute on Resilience, Climate Adaptation. Jim O'Donnell is a jewel. And I think when we have addressed the issue of climate change, rising sea level, the expertise that Mr. O'Donnell and his entire team has been able to share, and I think the good Senate chair articulated with regards to the climate change impact on our state, economically, quality of life, it is really a critical, and CIRCA is a jewel. And I think if we are raising awareness on climate change impact on the state of Connecticut, this fund, this entity needs to be fully supported and recognized. So I would implore you as UConn to be able to tout the remarkable contributions that CIRCA has contributed to the state and ensure that their funding is loud and clear, requested, and replenished. So that's my shout out to CIRCA and Jim O'Donnell.
Yeah, Senator Huang, thank you really for expressing your appreciation for CIRCA and Jim. And it's not only Jim, you know, we have Eversource Energy Center at UConn. Since Storm Sandy in 2012, we are predicting the weather pattern. And what we are helping Eversource to position the crews before the storm hits. What are the most vulnerable parts of our state that they will hit? That when people lose the power can be repaired in 24 hours. And we all remember what happened during the Sandy, when many parts of our state didn't have power for 2 weeks. So we are not only working on coast resilience, we are working on community resilience, because without power, we cannot function. And that led to significant investment from Eversource in our experts to build that capability across the state. So vulnerability of our communities in real. And that's why we need this kind of investment.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see we're rapidly running out of time, and that always happens. We could never schedule these, and we could never schedule enough hours in the day to question you. But just two quick questions, Madam President. And I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up. Our local papers are all over this, and your hospitality when you've had us up to the campus was great, and I appreciate that. But I saw a lot of housing. I saw big, brand new housing coming up, buildings coming up. There's been some controversy where you're not providing housing for the students throughout their career on campus housing. Do you want to address that, or can you address that?
Thank you so much for that question. And I want to provide the clarity. When student is informed that they are on the waiting list, it doesn't mean they are rejected. When students apply late and we says you're on the waiting list, it doesn't mean you are rejected. So each year we do, and we go to communities to make sure that our students have housing. We lease across the street Oak apartments to make sure we accommodate. We have the policy that every junior and that every freshman and sophomore student is going to have the housing, and we follow that policy. We try to accommodate our juniors and seniors as well to the best that we can. We had been successful in last 2 years. As you are aware, last year we accepted 1,000 more students in the store campus. We opened the new dorm with 657 beds, but we still have the shortage of 300, and that's why we are leasing more apartments. So as the apartments become available, we are the first one to make sure that our students have the housing. So I'm pleading to parents and students to be patient, because our work is not done until every student is accommodated. But the moment that you get the letters that you are on waiting list doesn't mean you are rejected.
Thank you, Madam President. And on one of those tours, I had a great talk with your chief financial officer on deferred maintenance. So for the fourth question on deferred maintenance, can I assume that it's built into your UConn 2000? Is there a percentage of deferred maintenance built into the Yukon 2000 going forward.
For both Yukon and Yukon Health, that's correct.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Representative Piscopo. Just a reminder that we only have the good president and her staff until 11 o'clock. So we're going to go into rapid questions now, please. And once again, if there's any member who in the end has not had the opportunity to ask a question, you can certainly do that in writing and the president will respond promptly. Representative Doucette, the good banking chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have about 13 minutes of questions. Hopefully that will. And thank you so much. So great to see you. As always, thank you for your partnership with us over the years. Go Huskies. I do have two questions that have been touched upon, but I think it would be helpful to just to sort of summarize for at least for my own clarity. So the ask today is essentially two above and beyond what has been proposed in the governor's budget that I'm hearing. One is for an additional 30 for deferred maintenance, and the other is for the research faculty recruitment and hiring program, correct?
That's correct.
And so the research faculty recruitment, I just learned, it was in fact repealed in the governor's budget. And, you know, that again is just a proposal. So the money as of today has still been authorized. The question, and we often go through this, I've sat on this subcommittee now for 7 years. We often have frustration as members of this subcommittee in authorizing these funds only to see them sit there for a long period of time before the bond commission allocates them. So I see we have an unallocated balance. I mean, I frankly would be supportive of not repealing that, keeping that unallocated balance. My question for you would be, what would be the most helpful thing that we could do as a legislature to either reauthorize a portion of those funds? Obviously, we don't want to repeal the unallocated balance. But I guess my question is the mechanics of how, when you have a project or you have a faculty member that you're recruiting, how have those funds been requested in the past? Are there a portion of them for specific projects on specific campuses for specific faculty that are being recruited? Or are you looking to allocate a chunk of it at a time to then go out and do the recruitment?
Yeah, we are always looking how to leverage. You know, what are our priorities? What is the money that we get from federal government? And what is the money that we get from state that we have to have the larger impact? So right now we are looking, our Department of Mechanical Engineering, and it has a huge needs and the needs for expansion with our local industry. And they're requesting innovation faculties in material science and AI. So we are looking if there is a matching from industry, how fast we can respond with the infrastructure. So it will be very helpful for us if the money is available when we said, here is what are we going to do, and the faculty is available, and then we have 5 million from Yukon, 5 million from state, 5 million from industry or federal government. So now you can build a world expert that industry wants in order to grow and expand. And this person has entrepreneurial experience. This person has portfolio of the patents. This person worked with industry. This person is going to expand our footprint when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if, I'm sorry, if I could just also note that one of our additions is a list of equipment, and this is essential to building out core facilities that help us attract these faculty.
Okay, good.
So the bond money is not for salary. The bond money is for infrastructure for those faculty to accept our offer.
Right. Understood. And it just occurs to me in listening to this that one way that we could probably be helpful is to get that specific information about the actual facilities or the faculty that are coming in that we're trying to recruit. And then we can, communicate with our colleagues on the bond commission, the governor's office to help shake those funds loose as you need them. Certainly would love to be helpful in that way if we could. Second question, Representative Piscopo touched upon it, is housing. As I think some of you know, I am a parent of a freshman. I've got another one, I think, who's probably going to try to be following him a couple of years behind. I've heard all the chatter about housing. We are on several email lists and social media groups and with parents. And, you know, I would like to see, frankly, a request in the future for additional housing. We had Connecticut Hall, which is wonderful. But obviously we have more of a need because of the tremendous influx of applications. The other thing too is the regional campuses. So I personally know many parents of students who were admitted to a regional campus, Hartford, Avery Point, but were offered housing on campus, and so in stores. So then when we hear that, you know, juniors who want to stay on campus can't stay on campus, and we have, you know, regional students, but, you know, who are commuting from stores to Avery Point, I'm just, it leads me to the conclusion that we just need more housing, period. We need another Connecticut Hall behind it, or we need expansions or renovations to existing housing. So is there anything specific?
Yes,
coming?
absolutely. And
Yeah.
that's a great point. So first, for the Hartford, we are in the partnership with a private developer to renovate for over 300 beds. Currently, we have 157 students from Hartford campus requesting to live in stores. So we believe that when this development is online, that the pressure of Hartford students living in stores is going to reduce and open the spots and slots for stores students. But you are absolutely right that we don't have enough housing. So what we are monitoring is housing demand at Avery Point, in Stamford, in Hartford, looking also Waterbury, what is happening there. But we are also looking the private development. So there is a private developer in stores that is planning to build 1,200 beds, where is now across the South Garage. So we want to balance where is the private developer investment and where is our state investment, and see where do we have the highest pressure point when it comes to the housing.
I think that's a smart approach, certainly. But again, I would love to help to support another initiative like Connecticut Hall and also the regional campuses. That it seems there's a tremendous opportunity given the
Absolutely.
influx of applications and the admissions to the regional campuses to build out housing there. And I know there are challenges with that, and when we talk about Hartford especially. But you know, I personally would love, and I think the legislature would be enthusiastic about supporting more housing on the regional campuses as well. So thank you for your work, and appreciate the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. Representative Farrar has been waiting online for quite some time. Representative Farrar, you have 2 rapid questions. We have less than 5 minutes.
I think I might be able to meet the time because Rep. Doucette covered a bunch of my follow-ups, including on housing. So what I would ask of our wonderful guests, given what we've talked about today about housing, would you all be able to send us just some more detail about the university's, plan, for the next 5 or 10 years, particularly on this issue of housing? I think, as you heard from Representative Doucette, we want to make sure that we're doing our part as a state and that we understand, how this fits into all of the other investments that you're asking of us. And if you could provide something that just has a little more detail around us understanding that strategic direction, I think that would be very helpful for all of us.
Thank you so much. And we have presentation ready. We did that analysis. We presented to our board of trustees, and we will be more than happy to present to this committee.
Thank you, Representative Farrar.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam President. I'm one of the co-chairs also of the Bioscience Caucus, and I am concerned about the governor's reduction, or you're not going to get to 41 million plus for the hiring and for the programs. But I also realize there's venture capital, there's intellectual properties that the school makes money with. Is that correct? When you have you have a project, many times schools with the VC and also the school make some fun. Is that correct?
That's correct. But, we are not Yale, so our investment is not at that level. So We generate about in the licensing of technology about 1.6 million. So it's not that significant. So we need more support for the technology transfer office in order to grow that. The companies that are in our technology incubator program received a significant venture capital. And in last 2 years, we developed a new business model where now the Yukon is going for the company that it helps, in particular, the companies from our faculty or our students. We negotiated that once when there is a venture capital dollars, the return to Yukon will be between 2 or 3%, depending on negotiation. So this is the first time that as a state institution, we are starting to do these negotiations, but it will take time to pay off for that investment that we do.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's important. And one last statement. You had been allocated this money at one time, and then now it's no longer going to be allocated potentially. You'd have to negotiate, I guess, with the governor's office, because I think if you really need this money, you prove you need this money or some of it, you're going to have, we need to support you if possible. So you're not, right now, the 41 million is off the table. What are your plans to make up?
That's why we are coming back to
Right.
you, so
But-
it is always on the books,
But-
but it's never in the account. So
But it obviously was on the table too long, and I think that's why it's off the table now. So
Thank you, Representative, for the questions.
thank you.
Representative Constantine, followed by Pelio.
Hey, thank you so much. Really learning a lot from my colleagues, like Representative Flores said. So I really appreciate your pointing out that regional economies thrive due to the presence of public and private universities. So I'm going to ask you about your plans to modernize the STEM infrastructure and supporting the research and growth and teaching needs for that. I see, from the PA 21111 about the innovators, innovator faculty. Can you talk about where your main focus would be with the new money? Is it on the Life Science 2 building? And I hope that's where the biolabs with the water coming down, it's part of modernizing, because I have a daughter who works in a lab with mice and water would not be good for their equipment. Can you just briefly, I know you have like 30 seconds, talk about what you want to modernize, like what your priorities are? Thank you.
So in terms of modernizing our research facilities, absolutely, Science 2, as we call it, with life sciences is absolutely essential. And we have such an opportunity here because of our strength in health professions and life sciences to link the two. And so that is really what the new building is about, and the renovation to Gant supports that. So in essence, the renovation to Gant supports the research, supports those young students coming along the first 2 years, and then Science 2 would support the second 2 years of education in this very multidisciplinary way, as well as the multidisciplinary research. And I think that's what we're seeing out of the federal government. That's what we're seeing in terms of technology transfer and commercialization, is that kind of multidisciplinarity is essential. And that's what these new facilities will help us achieve.
Representative Pelio, you sure? Okay. Representative Miller or Senator Miller, quick question.
Thank you. I was wondering, because of the time, I was wondering if you could send us something explaining why you have $60 million in unallocated funds for deferred maintenance.
we will be more than happy, because some of projects had delay because of design. Some of projects had delay because there is no construction material. So after COVID, we have all these kinds of the delayed, but there is a commitment for 60 million. It's just when they come on the line and how they come on the line, but we will be more than happy to provide.
You've answered my question. I just wanted to know if it was obligating the committee, because you're asking for another 30 million. So thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam President, thank you so much for being here. It's 11:01. And so I think we made it work. But look, this subcommittee in the state of Connecticut has made some significant investments in the University of Connecticut. And we have certainly seen the dividends of that. And so we thank you and your entire faculty and the students of the University of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we appreciate you and your work and your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chancellor. Happy to have you here today.
Morning.
We'll give you guys a minute or two to get settled. Are you ready to go?
We are ready once the committee's ready.
Okay, great. If you have a short presentation, please begin.
We do not have a presentation, but we have a statement, so I'll begin with the statement. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Miller, Representative Napoli, Senator Huang, Representative Piscopo, and esteemed members of the General Obligation Bonding Subcommittee. My name is Terrence Chang. I'm the Chancellor of the Connecticut State Colleges and University System. I'm joined today by Vice President of Finance and Administration and Chief Financial Officer Lloyd Blanchard, and CSCU Vice President for Facilities, Real Estate, and Infrastructure Planning, Keith Epstein. As many of you know, the CSCU system includes our 4 Connecticut State universities, our 12 community college campuses, which comprise CT State Community College and Charter Oak State College. Our system enrolls roughly 85,000 students in credit and non-credit programs. 96% of our students are Connecticut residents. 35% of Connecticut high school graduates attend a CSCU institution, and we have conferred over 320,000 credentials since 1983. Additionally, over 80% of our graduates choose to work in Connecticut after graduation, a percentage that is specific only to our CSCU system. Simply put, CSCU is Connecticut. Our students come from Connecticut, are educated in Connecticut, and stay to live and work in Connecticut. We are the growth strategy for Connecticut's future. I want to thank all of you for your continued support of our students and our institutions, which provide critical support to all of our campuses. Because of your support over the years, we have been able to transform the lives of countless students, their families, our Connecticut communities, and serve in an important capacity as the engine of economic and social mobility for our state. While we very much appreciate the support of the legislature, we still face many serious concerns. Although some authorizations over the past few years have included program funding for minor capital improvements under our Code Compliance Infrastructure Improvement Program, they have not included important funding for major capital improvements of individual buildings. So some of you will remember, specifically Representative Napoli and Representative Piscopo, you took several tours of our campuses last year. You saw conditions for yourselves, what the state was of certain critical systems and infrastructures and other facilities issues. We appreciate the time that all of our legislators take to be on our campuses, whether they are for events, but specifically for those purposes to see for yourselves what is happening with and for our students and our faculty and our staff. It is a very different story than the one we just heard from our friends and colleagues at the University of Connecticut. We are not talking about the same kinds of things. We are actually talking about significantly more challenging and more dire situations. Currently, our CSCU system has over $479 million in authorized but unallocated funds. Of those unallocated funds, our major concerns and priorities are health and safety projects. So again, $479 million that has been approved by this legislature, but has not been allocated to our system. Our students, faculty, and staff deserve safe, reliable, and modern facilities, and we desperately need your support to make that happen. When major renovation projects cannot advance because of stalled funding, our operational program funding must pick up the slack. Doing this redirects funds that should go to academics and student support. Instead, these funds end up going toward temporary capital project improvements meant to avert further system and infrastructure damage that could result in failure and danger. We are literally putting Band-Aids over bullet holes. We are literally putting the thumb in the crack in the dam. Of course, all of this could have been avoided if the renovations and replacements had occurred as part of the original major improvement project request. The situation we're in now forces us to take funds away from faculty and students and diminishes their academic experience. It hurts them in the classroom, and it creates obstacles to their long-term goals of advancing their careers and bolstering Connecticut's workforce. So I'm going to be really blunt. I am told that our state has literally bonded more for pickleball courts over the last few years than for our students in the CSCU system. I do not say that facetiously. That is something that we as a team have looked into. Our students deserve so much better and need more to succeed. It hurts our recruitment and retention efforts because why would students choose to come to us when their high schools have better facilities and better technology? And why would adult learners choose us if they feel we are not providing them the professional learning environments they deserve? All of this hurts our ability to attract and retain great faculty and staff because make no mistake, we can attract the highest level of faculty and staff here at CSCU, but we are in competition with institutions around the country who are better equipped and better resourced. By not providing the funding that our system needs to maintain healthy, safe, and high quality teaching and learning conditions, we are not just hurting the faculty, staff, and students of CSCU who truly deserve so much more. We are hurting the entire state of Connecticut now and into the future. We are hurting our ability to serve students who literally might not be served otherwise. A robust, passionate, hardworking, intelligent, committed, and diverse, yes, diverse, because diversity at CSCU is not a bad word. Our population of students, they are the healthcare, manufacturing, education, professionals that live in your districts, who are educated and trained here, who ultimately stay to live and work here in their careers, raise their families, pay taxes, and make the state and every community stronger. We are hurting Connecticut's ability to have what some have touted as, quote, the greatest education system in the world. We are hurting the ability to have, quote, the strongest and most talented workforce in the country. How can we do that when we are worried about water leaking from ceilings, roofs flooding, rodent infestations, failing critical systems, and more? I'm not worried about the lab mice at my institutions. I'm worried about our faculty and our staff and our students who deal with snakes at Middlesex Community College when it floods an entire building at WestCon. You have seen those facilities yourselves. That's what I'm worried about. Now, higher education as a sector is also under incredible pressure and scrutiny from the federal government. All of this is bad, and the folks who suffer most are our students who work so hard and our faculty and staff who perform magic every day with our students to help raise them ever higher. So we are asking for your help, not for the people here today who represent our system, but for the students who are CSCU, who are the face of Connecticut, who are the workforce of Connecticut, who are just trying to make a better life for themselves and their families. As part of this biennium request, we are submitting important requests that adjust underfunding of design or construction authorizations or establish a new authorization for design. So again, thank you for giving me a moment to say some remarks. I want to thank you for the time that you're giving us to discuss our projects, and we look forward to answering your questions and pushing this conversation further into the future.
Great, thank you. So what we'll do is we'll take questions in the room first, and then we'll go to our members who have questions online. And so I'll begin, Chancellor. So we did notice here in the governor's proposed budget that he did give the CSU system $5 million for energy efficiency projects. Can you speak to us a little bit about what those projects would look like? Are they long-term projects, short-term projects, and where would those projects take place?
Absolutely. I'll ask Vice President Epstein to speak to that.
So we've had a long history of investing into energy conservation, mainly with the private sector, just elaborating a little more. So about 15% of the energy that we consume, we manufacture on our campuses through fuel cells, through solar cells, and other agreements. We've done that with $0 up front. We've done that with, again, the private sector, and it's been very successful. We've run out of these low cost, no upfront opportunities. With the $5 million, we're going to be looking at increasing geothermal is our highest priority. We would like to start getting off some of our central plants, retiring some of our older boilers with smaller boilers, and trying to get to net zero at our campuses as I think we all wish to, and legislation indicates where we should go.
Okay, great. No, thanks for that response. And so my second question is, I'm looking at the program, system, telecommunications, infrastructure upgrades and improvement and expansions. And so I do see in here, it looks like virtual infrastructure. And so is that a direction that this system is going in, perhaps looking at some offering students more online opportunities, or can you expand upon that a little bit? Is that the intent here?
Sure, Keith, please. So most of those funds are for our head end rooms. Yes, it's virtual. Yes, it's a better quality of online service. I don't think the expansion is significantly more projected for online, but mainly better quality.
Thank you. Co-chair Senator Miller.
Thank you, sir. I want to talk about Naugatuck. How are you, Chancellor Chang? How are you?
How are you, Senator?
I want to talk about Naugatuck. I was very disappointed to see that Naugatuck still experiencing the same issues that they experienced, maintenance issues, when I was here as chair, and I left here in 2021. I'm sorry, I'm very disturbed about this because I did visit myself and I saw the conditions myself. And so it had to be 2019. And I'm disappointed. And so what have been the challenges in making sure that the needs are met there? We talk about facilities and learning, and I just can't, it behooves me that we as a state will allow elevators that only 1 or 2 people can fit in. You can't even get a wheelchair in it and not accommodate individuals. It behooves me that we have a roof, and I think with some kind of skin or something on the top of the roof where we're doing Band-Aid fixes. And so I just don't understand it. I don't understand why we haven't allocated the funds to get the work done there.
Thank you for that, Senator. We share that frustration that these have certainly been historical lingering concerns, to which we have put forward requests on a regular basis with detail and clarity, as you all know, several years now. I have to say that I have great appreciation for this subcommittee and the legislature, because the legislature has approved these funds. The funds just simply have not flowed forward to the system for us to activate and utilize them. And I cannot speak to the rationale or reasons why, but I must be clear that we have great appreciation for the legislature in understanding the needs and concerns and approving the funds. And we, again, want to make very clear that we need your support in whatever ways we can to get that funding to flow forward. Absolutely, the health and safety concerns. I was at Naugatuck Valley just last week. You know, I'm a pretty big guy. I can barely fit in the elevator myself. Okay, much less if somebody has special needs with a wheelchair or what have you. There were elevators down at Naugatuck Valley. You mentioned the roof. Representative Piscopo and I were joking last time we saw each other about the beautiful view and feeling really frightened at the same time while we were standing on that roof, because it is indeed a skin that is meant to be a patch until a new roof can be replaced. And I said last year that whether there are 10 people in the building or 10,000 people in the building, it is our responsibility to maintain appropriate health and safety standards. And I fear that those are eroding rapidly. And so all I can say, Senator, is that we will continue to provide the legislature and every committee whatever details you need to substantiate and corroborate the fact that these are very legitimate requests that are in the best interest of our students, our faculty, and our staff.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I will wait to other members have asked their questions. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. President, for coming. Appreciate it. And thank you for your hospitality at all those campuses. There was quite a view off that roof, but I was a little nervous up there.
Indeed.
I think just a general question. It's quite, when you look at the chart we have here, your request and the allegation and the governor's recommendations is just pretty well clear. I think as a subcommittee, with showing a little bit of restraint on the overall bond package, we can move some of these unallocated into our recommendations. There'll be another column with our recommendations, and we can move some of these unallocateds over to that have not been recommended by the governor. I think I will be happy to show you the progress that I have made as my contribution to this subcommittee. But maybe if I could get in that process, I will get you to kind of take a look at it, what your priorities would be, because it's not going to, even moving some of the unallocateds over is not going to cover the needed improvements you have. I think that's the best thing I could come up with you. Instead of asking you a bunch of hard questions, I think that's the best way we could proceed in the near future. Any comment and
Thank you, Representative. I'll simply say we appreciate you and all of our legislators who are genuinely and engaged in a tactile manner, right? Coming to our campuses, meeting with our folks, being in those environments and seeing that for yourselves. Again, Senator Miller, I know you've seen at Norwalk Community College, the B Wing, which is on our list. These are classrooms that should be utilized and activated to serve our students. They have water traps in there and they are not able to be utilized. And ultimately, these are the environments that our students and our faculty and our staff see. If you believe in the broken windows theory, well, how are people supposed to feel in that environment when they walk around and they're trying to make their lives better? So we will continue to work with you, sir, in any way, shape, and form that can help you to advance this cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Chang, Chancellor. I'm looking at the authorized and unallocated bond fund status. It's kind of a daunting list, but I want to echo the sentiments offered by my House Chair in regards to Naugatuck, and we have seen photos. We have heard stories repeatedly, multiple years. My struggle is, as we've allocated it, we've seen no action. And I know the question was asked, but I think I would ask your staff to educate this committee on what progress specifically you have done. So I'll kind of segue a little bit and asking a question that is unrelated to bonding, but I have been in this General Assembly since the reorganization into the CSCU from individual community colleges, and it was a transformational intended challenge, but also it was intended to streamline efficiency and strategic management. I think one of the struggles I have is the fact that can your organization provide to this subcommittee your organizational chart in regards to who is responsible for implementing these specific projects? And I know one of the visions was that through a collaborative or a unified university system, have you created a prioritization list of all the multiple projects that you're talking about to come to this committee and say, you know what, in our leadership judgment and in our expertise, the Naugatuck site is a priority, and this is where we're going to implement changes with the funds that we are given. The fact is, I see a whole plethora of needs, and unfortunately, at least for me, not a lot's been changed So we don't have a vision. We don't have a strategic prioritization list. So as a result, everyone is struggling with deteriorating and an inability to execute. So I'll echo the chairs. If since 2019, if Naugatuck is a problem, why has there not been a clear organizational vision to say, let's fix it? Who's responsible for that? And where's the organizational priorities of who is leading that initiative? Who is held accountable? To be honest with you, you're wearing the hat and you're bearing the brunt of the responsibilities. But the reality is you have an organization and an organizational chart. Who is responsible for addressing these critical issues that we have heard over and over and over again? But nothing has been done.
Right.
So an org chart would be very helpful on your organizational leadership and who is responsible for doing what. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Senator. And we do appreciate your advocacy, your partnership, and your engagement, not just with the institutions in your district, but also as a system. We will absolutely provide organizational charts. We provided that to a different committee just recently. We have, I believe, prioritized many of our projects in this current request, and we can expound upon that further in side conversations or as needed, as determined by the committee. And that I'll ask Vice President Epstein to speak to that in one moment, but I will say that that prioritization list was crystallized with our presidents and our institutional leaders, right? We went to them and we said, what's top of your list, right? We have to go in front of the legislature and basically make the case for you. You tell us what's top of your list. And I think the top of that list has not changed much through the years. I'll ask Keith to speak to that a little bit. You know, I'll simply say that we have, the responsibility falls on the chancellor's office, and then there's a cascade, of course. And what I'll tell you is that as institutional and system leaders, our first and foremost responsibility is health and safety. What we have done without the flow of these capital funds is, as I mentioned in my remarks, to utilize other funding that is meant for deferred maintenance and what have you. So we've had to take money away from certain pockets and put them into these other efforts. These are all short-term costs. These are all short-term efforts, again, to try to make sure that we don't have a massive failure that could potentially lead to something very, very bad. Right? That's our job, and we have done that, but it has been at a cost for sure. And what that ultimately does is, let's just say a project could be a $25 million project, but we have to spend $2-3 million just to patch it. By the time that patch starts to wear out 3-4 years later, the cost of that $25 million project is now $35 million. And then that also requires the deconstruction of the quote unquote patch. And so it becomes this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It's a doom loop of sorts when we don't get the funding up front. So there's certainly an impact there. I don't want anyone to think that we're just sitting back and saying, well, gosh, we didn't get the funding, we're not going to do anything about it. That would be wildly irresponsible and dangerous. We have been addressing it as much as possible, but we are at end of life or end of term for many of these capacities, and we have to address them soon.
Chancellor Chen, I appreciate the thoughtful and proactive approach to this, and careful and thoughtful. You're right, student safety and all the criteria you mentioned, but to me, I just don't see who's held accountable to deliver what you have come to this subcommittee and into this building in repeated years to get the project done. And maybe I'm going back to what the Senate chair articulated. Naugatuck since 2019 has been significantly compromised. 2019, we have given funds. Who is responsible for addressing those issues in 2025 when we not resolved it? So I think the phrase says the buck stops, but I find it very, very frustrating that we don't have an individual held accountable with a vast system of presidents and administrators and support leadership. No one is held responsible for not getting the job done. And I think that's one of the troubling aspects that I have is simply put, Naugatuck and any of these other schools, we've seen the horror stories and the realities, but we've seen it years before and nothing has been done. So you're saying you're not getting the funds to do it, but you have been allocated money. Where has that money gone to? And where are the improvements that the leadership demonstrated it has initiated? And we don't see that. And if you've done it, please share that with the subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice President Epstein might be able to add some context to this. You know, hit the button.
I just want to be clear, Senator, when you say funds are authorized, they're not provided to us. The funds have not been allocated. So we're sitting with $6 million plus of funds for Keeney Hall, Naugatuck, the example. We don't have it. And so getting the job done, it's my responsibility to get the construction done, but we don't have funds to move forward. They're sitting with OPM, waiting for OPM's approval or the governor's approval. So we don't physically have those funds where you see the authorized and unallocated. We don't have any of those dollars.
And I appreciate that. And I understand that. And so as a result, that prioritization list says we've been waiting 4 years for this unallocated fund. This is the vision that I need to see the leadership be forceful to talk to this subcommittee to address. It's been 4 years. This is our critical need. Here's our prioritization list. And for you to take a much more active participation to say, we don't have the money and the conditions are deplorable and we need to take action, not 4 or 5 years of inaction to say it's not been allocated. So I think this subcommittee values the work. And if you come out with the loudest noise and the loudest cry and a prioritization that said Naugatuck XYZ 1, 2, 3 is our prioritization and has not been allocated for 5 years and our hands are tied and we need you to act, I think that would be a much more compelling narrative for us as a subcommittee to go up to the governor's office and OPM and all the advocates. But we don't hear that kind of action with specifics. So let's look at Naugatuck. Let's look at the 4 years of unallocated and tell me that this is your number one priority as part of a system leadership. And then if nothing happens from this subcommittee, you can come to us and say, you know what? We did cry out loud and clear with a specific address and specific subject matter, and you didn't deliver for us.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'll just add, Senator, absolutely agree. In this year's request materials, there is an attachment or Appendix B, and that does have our request broken down by system, by CT State Community College, and by the CSUs in a prioritized order. So I hope that helps to clarify. And you know, we share your concern, Senator, and your frustration. You know, last year, you may recall, we had a significant amount of testimony throughout the day in public hearing related to capital funding. And we had almost every single campus and their presidents come and speak to the committee. And we had a significant amount of documentation and visuals as well. You know, we will continue to do everything we can to make sure that the details in the story are told as vigorously as possible, publicly and privately, to substantiate that these needs are significant and dire, and work in partnership with the legislature to try to move this cause forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Constantine.
Hi, Chancellor. Nice to see you all again. Thank you so much for the legislative breakfast you had, outlining all your programs. Oh, wow, there's tremendous need here. And as I appreciate Senator Huang's remarks, that there's $479 million allocated, but not authorized. So you can't do it. So you come back to us and ask. So I think we all have our work cut out for us to get you that money. But right now it is a ton of money. And it's a lot of projects. There's program funding requests, CT state capital funding requests, and university capital funding requests. So I know they've all been prioritized, but again, I'm not sure how big your building and program staff are. If you put them all together, what are your key priorities in all the categories? Because there's only so much work a team can handle
Correct.
per year. So if you could outline that for us.
This may be a topic that we will come back with a little sharper thinking and clarity back to the committee with. I don't know if Keith, if you wanted to speak a little bit about just capacity for projects if we were to receive funding.
Sure, our team could handle between 200 to $250 million a year. So our requests are consistent with our horsepower. We have a combination of facility departments at the universities that manage projects. We have the system office who manages community college or CT state community college projects, and projects over $3 million are administered by the Department of Construction Services. And that's really where the major costs go. So we have the horsepower to be in the 200 to $250 million range again. So we're consistent with our staffing and our request.
If I just may, Representative, I would simply add as well that we have also kind of calibrated the requests with very deep consideration for state workforce needs. So you'll see under the CSU portion of the request, there's a significant focus on STEM, right? On the ability to offer more science, more technology, capacity and bandwidth for our students. When you talk about upgrading a science building, you're not just talking about biologists and pre-med, you're talking about students that are going to go into AI, into data science, computer science, engineering. You know, an institution like Central cannot continue to be a top producer of computer scientists and engineers if we don't have the bandwidth to give them fundamental biology, chemistry, physics, and so forth. And so, you know, everything affects everything. But I would just want to be clear that when we look at a project like that, or we look at a project such as the Gateway Automotive, right? This is the only automotive program in the state. It is high quality. It is high functioning. It produces people who are getting jobs within the state in a very important transitioning industry before they even graduate. And ultimately, the funding goes to bolstering a program like that so we can continue to be a leader at an ever higher level. I just wanted to make it clear that this is directly related to workforce.
No, really, thank you so much. And again, look forward to a list. Obviously, didn't expect you to provide that off the top of your head, but it'd be really good to get an idea as to what you can actually get, kind of boots ready on the ground. You know, when the money comes in, and then we have our work cut out for us too.
We'll certainly provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Constantine. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. I missed a beginning of your presentation. I have a couple questions. The first one's sort of a housekeeping. And if you already, I'm sorry to make you repeat this, but maybe be helpful just to kind of clarify. The CSCU 2020, those funds essentially are exhausted. I'm looking at attachment E. It looks like there's a uncommitted balance of about 3.9 million. Is that right? And that's what's left of CSCU 2020.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And those just cover the universities. The CSCU 2020 program.
That's
just
correct.
refresh my memory,
Yes.
was only for the universities. Okay. So, you know, that brings me, I guess, to my second question. My colleagues have already kind of covered it. There's a tremendous need, as we know, at CT State. And a lot of those projects have been, you know, on the agenda for quite a while. I mean, just thinking out loud, maybe, you know, we need another CSCU or a CT State 2030 sort of program, right? And, you know, prioritizing those, you know, campus by campus projects. And I see there's a lot in here. I mean, it's a lot, you know, in your materials that you provided. I mean, there's a lot in here under attachment B. So I think what I'm hearing is, it would be helpful for us all, and I would affirm this as well to sort of distill it down a bit. My question specifically would be about Esnuntuck. I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago in the Finance Committee, we heard a lot of testimony at one of our hearings from faculty at Esnuntuck, talking about the physical plant there and some of the needs there. It's what was it, a middle school or something like that,
Correct.
that has been converted and added
Correct.
onto over the years. I think that one is particularly important. I know we talk about that as being sort of the premier place in the state, or at least in my part of the state, for advanced manufacturing and technical education. So question, have there been improvements there? When we had the testimony a couple of years ago, we are talking mostly about code improvements and things like that. And what else specifically can we do there? And I see you've got a request for about 40 million there. So what does that look like?
I'll ask Keith to speak.
So in recent years, we've spent about $2.5 million improving HVAC systems. Mold and mildew was the big item. So we've, I won't say we rectified it, but we stabilized it. All our improvements, when a renovation happens, will be taken out. So this is a poor use of funds, but a no choice use of funds. But we've again stabilized the campus. We test it frequently. The staff and faculty have had issues. We've remediated those problems. We had natural gas in our welding areas leaking. We've modified mechanical equipment to take care of that. So we've spent extensive time, expensive dollars, and a lot of effort to stabilize that campus.
Well, that's good to hear. But again, would love to see that sort of comprehensive CT State 2030 in line with what we've done and the changes that have been made and the consolidations that are happening, to see where we stand from a capital standpoint in terms of need and demand for those programs, and would love to be supportive of that going forward, because the need is there and the opportunity is there to build out those programs with our strengths, like you said, the automotive program, as Nuntuck. Of course, I'm from Manchester, so I have to get a pitch for Manchester. We have great allied health and other programs there to build on those strengths and to look at that comprehensive capital program for CT State. But thank you for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. I'll simply say we would be more than happy to create, as you said, a kind of CSCU 2030 or 2035 investment plan, and do that in partnership with the legislature. The other thing I'll note, because we've talked now a little bit about manufacturing and about healthcare, these are two critical industries for the well-being and success of this state. They are also some of the highest overhead cost programs for our system. When you think about what we need to create, you look at the manufacturing floor at Nuntuck, it's incredible. It is an incredible space, and they do such an amazing job. But that is a very, very high overhead cost situation. Same thing with all of our healthcare programs. And so I just wanted to make sure I stated that pretty clearly. For us to produce what the state needs, we need to make sure that the investment is there to get it done the right way. And the last thing I'll say in this moment is, I remember touring legislators through our healthcare development and training facilities at Capital Community College. We have these split hybrid rooms. This is one of the largest nursing programs in the state. Number one, it is the largest within CSCU. It produces over 300 nursing and healthcare professionals every year that instantly go into the market, and they are spoken so highly of by Hartford Healthcare, Yale New Haven Health, Nuvance, Northwell. Our folks get snapped up right away. If you saw the nursing facilities that our students at Capital Community College specifically are training within, you would feel a level of frustration and anger like I would. because it's not what they deserve. And these students that go to Capital Community College and some of our other campuses, they're coming from socioeconomically marginalized and minoritized communities. And ultimately, they are going to do incredible work, but we're not giving them the resources they need. This is a closed loop of investment for workforce.
Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President, for being here and your team. A question on Gateway Community College. It's fairly new, but you were looking for almost $30 million. Could you distinguish between capital projects and programs or hiring?
Certainly. So our capital project needs, I will ask Heath to speak to. Our program development and hiring would come through the Appropriations Committee for our operating budget. We run very, very popular, well-enrolled and high-impact healthcare programs at Gateway, as well as a robust slate of additional programs in business and general education and so forth. So that comes from a different line item. In terms of the development for capital projects for Gateway, maybe Keith, you can speak to that a little bit.
So the $30 million for Gateway is our advanced automotive program. So when Gateway relocated from their North Haven campus to downtown New Haven, the automotive program stayed at the existing facility, which is an old middle school.
I went there.
In a gym. Yeah.
I went to school there.
Right. And so you're very familiar with it. It's still there. Most of the facility is now operated and owned by ASUS, and we continue to operate the automotive facility. So we have those funds. We reallocated funds for a failed project, and would like to rebuild the automotive at a more convenient location in New Haven, at the old Long Wharf site. And that's what those funds are for, a brand new facility. Right now, there are partners with the automotive program that, or potential partners, I should say, that don't want to partner with us because of our antiquated facility. So there are lost opportunities with vendors, brake vendors, transmission vendors that could partner with us. So
Yeah.
Also Advanced Automotive would integrate electric vehicles that they haven't been able to do to date.
Yeah, the North Haven campus, the automotive was actually really good shape, but the city of New Haven, we did a conveyance bill. I'm North Haven, but I had to work with the New Haven delegation because they were fighting internally for the parcel of property you're speaking about, New Haven. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was money involved in that. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have its own facility, and the city would have to work that out with the college. But I could see where that the need of that money for that. I just was curious where you just answered the question, what are your goals? And that's something that's actually a capital improvement, which is, I think, better than just long-term salaries, because that should never be bonded. But capital improvements, I think, could be and should be, as long as there's an outline plan.
Yes.
That's all I have, but thank you. I went to school there. It's a good school. It's not that old, so hopefully that, they take care of it, because I don't think they should need that much money except for the automotive maybe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Yacarino. To close us out, our co-chair, State Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, are your campuses required to comply with local fire, housing, and health codes?
We comply with the state building and fire codes.
Okay.
The local fire departments do show up in emergencies but we're under the state regulations.
So just based on my professional career, I come from the affordable housing industry, and our units were required to meet local codes. And so just based on the information that we've received and what we viewed, I think that if the city, local departments came into your facilities, that some of it would be shut down and uninhabitable. And I think that as a state, we need to keep that in mind. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, Chancellor, thank you and your staff for being here, and certainly your faculty, who does a lot of good work for our students all across Connecticut. I want to thank my colleagues, by the way, who referenced NVCC. As Rep. Piscopo said, we toured the facility, and so we certainly know the much needed work that has to be done there. And so I also want to end with, I'm really proud of the bipartisan work this subcommittee has done. We have supported CSCU, and we'll continue to support you and work with you as best we can in the future. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the entire committee. Appreciate you.
With that, we have finished a little bit early, and so we are going to recess until 12:30. And at 12:30, the judicial branch will be here to make their presentation. Thanks, everybody.
There's a Stu Leonard type of grocery store in Naples. And you really it's like Stu Leonard's on steroids in regards to quality of food and service.
Because you know what, and also Colorado, I know this because, you know, whenever we're at Whole Foods, the cleaning that they do, because they have this really maximum of time. And I mean, we just have how many things, like, we really have a lot of, like, overall,
Good brains who says that.
It's Ronnie back then. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
All right, we will reconvene the bonding subcommittee agency hearings. We have in front of us this afternoon the Judiciary Committee. And so, Judge, whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Miller, Representative Napoli, Senator Wang, Representative Piscopo, and other distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, General Bonding Subcommittee. My name is Elizabeth Bizzuto, and I'm the Chief Court Administrator of the Judicial Branch. The Judicial Branch's needs for bonding fall within 6 different categories. The first being our courthouses or infrastructure repairs to our courthouses. The Judicial Branch owns 38 courthouses, of which only 15 were constructed after 1980. The New London Courthouse is our oldest, built in 1784. The branch works within its means to proactively replace mechanical and building envelope systems while also responding to emergency or unplanned repairs and new code compliance. This is a challenge as the branch must balance end-of-life cycle of the various mechanical systems and building facades and the heavy use of our courthouses, where 3 million or over 3 million people are screened every year. Bond funds allow us to keep our court systems up and running, which is our highest priority, in a safe and effective manner. Number 2, federally required improvements and alterations to comply with the Americans with Disability Act. The branch relies on bond funds to ensure the buildings are ADA compliant. This request coincides with the completion of a DOJ Department of Justice required statewide assessment of all of our courthouses, which provides us with a roadmap and cost estimates to bring each facility up to compliance. Compliance projects are currently underway at the Torrington Courthouse, with Bridgeport and Willimantic Juvenile to follow. The third bucket of bond funding we're requesting falls within security improvements. Physical security of the courthouses remains a top priority for the branch. We continue to implement security projects, including enhancement to weapons detection systems, alarm monitoring, cell block locking control systems, exterior door upgrades, and Sally port hardening. We are also in the midst of a statewide security assessment, and the funding requested for the next biennium will support implementation of the recommendations that come from this assessment. The fourth bucket of bond funds we're requesting falls within renovations to our juvenile courthouses and residential centers. Specific funding and authorization is needed to support various projects at the Bridgeport and Hartford juvenile courthouses, which also provide secure confinement for juveniles. This funding will primarily support a new roof in the Hartford Juvenile Court and construction of an exterior recreation yard at the Bridgeport Juvenile Court. Future projects include window replacement, HVAC improvements, and building infrastructure. Please note that the governor's recommended capital funding for this section appears to have been merged with the ADA request in fiscal year 26. We respectfully request funding at our requested level of 5 million in fiscal year 26 and 10 million in fiscal year 27. The fifth request has to do with implementation of the technology strategic plan. As with society in general, the branch has become more and more reliant on technology. The funding request in this area will support implementation of our IT strategic plan, including upgrading aging network, storage, telecommunications, and service equipment. We must fortify our systems with updated cybersecurity measures, expand our e-filing, and modernize our outdated applications. Finally, our new Chief Justice, Raheem Mullins, has identified the need for public Wi-Fi in our buildings, which we do not have, and digital courtroom technologies in each judicial district as a top priority. These funds will support his 2 initiatives. The sixth and final bucket has to do with development of new courthouses, including land acquisition and parking. A firm engagement by the Department of Administrative Services has recently completed a feasibility study related to the possibility of siting new courthouses, specifically in New Haven and Bridgeport. Funds requested for fiscal year 26 and 27 would support the next phase of that project, including the design, site selection and acquisition, including regulatory requirements and design documents. As we move forward with these projects, we are taking every opportunity to propose consolidation of our current buildings into one singular courthouse. The branch's biennium capital budget request is 57 million in fiscal year 26 and 67 million in fiscal year 27. While this is greater than previous budget requests, the difference is comprised mostly of funding for the new courthouses, for our IT, and for our compliance with the Americans with Disability Act. This capital request is an accurate representation of the governor's directive to examine projects that can be budgeted and completed within the next biennium, utilizing previous and future authorizations. We certainly appreciate the support of the legislature in meeting the branch's capital funds, and I thank you for your kind attention and consideration. I'm very pleased to answer any of your questions, and I'm even more delighted to have our subject matter experts with us. I have Laura Javino to my right, who is the director of our facilities, Brian Hill, who is the executive director of administrative services, our CFO, to speak for the branch, and then Lucio Luca, who is the executive director of our IT. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Judge Pizzuto, thank you so much for that very important presentation and for the good work that you all do. And so we'll take questions in the room first, and then we have members online, and so we'll go to them afterwards. But I guess I'll just lead us off. Can you talk about how far the Judicial Department is into their IT development plan?
The strategic plan?
Correct.
Let
yes.
me turn that over to Lucio for a more specific response.
Yes, thank you, Representative Napoli. Our strategic plan is, extended in 5-year phases. And since COVID, we embarked on a huge modernization plan, not only for the hardware network infrastructure, but also for the modernization of our own legacy systems. I mean, the branch has many legacy systems that are outdated and require modernization. For the criminal legacy system alone, it's been a few years in the making, and we're proud to say that we're about 90% into that. But along the way, we've had IT systems down. The Wi-Fi initiative has taken place. The digital courtroom initiative has taken place. So we're still ongoing with those.
Great, thank you for that. And so you hit on it a little bit, the digital courtroom. And so what does that look like since the last time you guys came before the subcommittee?
So the last time we came before the subcommittee, we had no digital courtrooms. So what a digital courtroom is it's primarily driven by a large podium in the center of the courtroom, which lawyers could plug into, and then it would be completely paperless. So right now, a lawyer goes and admits an exhibit, hands it to the other lawyers, hands it up to the clerk, to the judge. Eventually, it's published by paper to the jury members. This would all be electronic. So the lawyer would bring the exhibit up on a screen for identification purposes. It's broadcast to not the jury, but to opposing counsel and the judge. Argument takes place. The judge rules, and then electronically, that particular exhibit is posted to the jury, who has screens in the jury box where they could see it digitally. This is kind of what a 21st century courtroom should look like. It happens in some of our courtrooms because the lawyers privately hire and release the equipment and bring it in for a trial. So we have one that's up and running, and we hope to invite you over to see it at some point in time. It's on the top floor of 95 Washington Street. It went live recently. We were hoping for the first trial, a medical malpractice trial, to start April 2nd. Just heard yesterday that that's settled. So now we're waiting. We'll be looking for another trial, get it up and going. So invite people over to see how it really looks and how a courtroom should look. And the Chief Justice's request is rather modest. He wants one of those courtrooms in each JD to start. So we're talking about 13 digital courtrooms just to start, and hopefully build on that platform as we move forward.
No, that's great. And thanks for all that you have done to really modernize our court system here in Connecticut. That's great to hear. And so my understanding is that there are 2 new court systems to come online at some point, one in Bridgeport, one in New Haven. And so what's the time frame on that? And what's the priority on that? Like, is it Bridgeport first, New Haven, or vice versa?
So to be honest with you, so that was a bonding request that we didn't submit. It was someone else, but we're happy that that was done. And we did the feasibility studies in both Bridgeport and New Haven. Both Bridgeport and New Haven are in desperate need of courthouses. The courthouses we have there now are subpar and absorb so much of our bonding money just to try to keep the doors open. And even more than Bridgeport and New Haven, New London needs a new courthouse. And the hope is, if you look at New London, for example, we, I think, have at least 4 buildings. We would consolidate that all into one. We would do the same with New Haven. New Haven has 3 buildings plus 1 in Meriden, so it'd be collapsing 4 buildings into one state-of-the-art courthouse. We have 38 courthouses in the state of Connecticut. The Chief Justice would love to see us have 9 courthouses in the state of Connecticut. It's far more efficient. I mean, you could see from our bond requests, the money that we're requesting just to kind of keep the doors open, new HVAC systems, new roofs. Every day there's some needed repair. And then of course, emergencies become apparent. I mean, our buildings, like I said, only 15 have been built since 1980. So most of them are old, in sorry condition, and need constant attention. And really, to be super efficient, we don't need 38 courthouses in a state the size of Connecticut.
Yeah, and so, no, that's interesting. And so do you think that that would chip away at the dockets and free them up a little bit as far as?
I don't know that having a new courthouse is going to change our dockets at all. It's certainly going to be easier for the user, because instead of going to the criminal court for your case, another location for probation, another location to pay a fine, everything's going to be under one building. So I think, that sort of design is going to be very convenient for those people who use our resources. The dockets will most likely stay the same. Well, if we merge Meriden into New Haven, it's going to be a larger docket, but we get 250,000 cases a year.
Yeah.
We'll continue to get that. But I think it's going to be certainly a lot more user-friendly for those who use the court system.
Thanks, Judge. Co-Chair, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Judge Bizotto.
Good afternoon, Senator Miller.
Question, can you talk about the juvenile center a little more?
So we have currently two juvenile residential centers, one in Hartford and one in Bridgeport, that are attached to our courthouses. We have requests in here for Hartford, the Hartford Juvenile. I would invite any of you to come anytime to the courthouse. It's in terrible disrepair. It's one of those buildings where, wind blows through the windows that are supposed to be sealed. We constantly have water issues. So part of the request is for a new roof in the residential center for juvenile in Hartford. And the other request is down in Bridgeport, where we have a newer building. It's a newer courthouse. Attached to it is a residential center for juveniles that has no outdoor space. So it would be building outdoor space for the youth who may be detained there.
Thank you. And what is Regions?
Okay, so Regions is something else altogether different. So as you may know, a few years ago, the responsibility that DCF had in taking care of children after they've been adjudicated, after they've gone through the process and adjudicated, DCF would take over. That was handed to the judicial branch, and we've opened up one residential center. So these children have gone through the process, have been found to be delinquent, and are placed at Regions. And Regions is a locked facility. It has everything any kid needs, from vocational, educational, of course, housing, a food hall. I'm not sure if any of you've taken a visit there, but it's quite an impressive facility for those youths who have a longer stay than they do in our detention centers. We're in desperate need of another one. There's bond funding in here for a second location that we've been trying to cite for several years. I think we've had maybe 6 or 7 RFPs for a second location with no takers. So we're still in the process of locating a second Regions program, because the youth who are at the courthouse detention centers, which we call residential centers now, those were never intended to be long-term stay facilities for youth. They aren't designed, they were for 1 day, 2 days at most. We now are housing youth there longer than intended. It's not appropriate. And we're looking to get that second Regents location so we could take the pressure off both of our detention centers to house children who need, more expansive, they have much greater needs.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Stanford, a few years ago, I had visited Stanford Courthouse and I sat in the gallery and I couldn't hear the judge nor the counsel. And so I had put in, I believe, $3 million to upgrade that system, and it's happened. Have you done that in any other your courthouses?
Okay, so we have a statewide amplification project. We have 300 courtrooms. I don't know what status we're at, but that's an ongoing project where you go courtroom by courtroom, courthouse by courthouse, putting in new amplification systems. I don't know whether, Lucio, you have additional information on that?
We're about 35% into the project. So it's ongoing. It's every week. As soon as we get a courtroom that's available, we upgrade it, we analyze it, and then we move on to the next one. So it's going to take, it's a multi-phased approach, but probably within 2 years, we'll be done with all courthouses.
And do you have adequate funding for that?
There was a bond that was provided, and we're drawing down from that bond as we need it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon. It's always great to see you, Judge Bizzuto, and you and your staff.
Thank you.
And I think it's important to note that you are co-equal branches of our esteemed government. And this is the rare chance that we as a legislative provide some input as it to budgeting. But I wanted to commend you and your colleagues and the staff for what you do in these challenging times. But the judicial is a co-equal balance of government. So I wanted to note that, and my appreciation and gratitude to all of you.
Thank you very much.
And I think I also appreciate your frankness and your insight in regards to the number of courthouses that we have, and being honest and saying maybe more than what we need. It may be kind of sacrilegious to say that, but I know for many of our legislative colleagues, they're very parochial
Yes.
and protective of their community courthouses. It's a pride and joy, but I appreciate your frankness and honesty in articulating that. But the legislative process may be a little more arduous than
I fully appreciate that.
But for me, and this question is technology. We talked about the infrastructure of our very elegant and majestic courthouses, but they are not adaptive to technology. And I combine the technology with security. I think these are two particular areas that have kind of been ushered in, whether we like it or not, from a consumer demand, but also from the challenging climate that we have to protect our judges, staff, and people that go and utilize our judicial system. Does the judicial branch have a comprehensive design plan of taking a look at technology? But just as we talked about being able to combine the ADA with the juvenile facilities, does the judicial branch, and I know lawyers don't always play into the AI and technology mode, but consumers and your users are demanding that. And two, the utilization of technology and security, biometrics measurements and security protocols. So my question would be, do you have a grand vision that would look at significant bonding allocations that you could propose to us that says we are taking these two parts very, very seriously to usher our courtrooms and the safety of our users in those courtrooms into the 22nd century, and that the technology right now in security only exists at the front gate, not throughout the building? Would that be correct? So it's a big question, but I think tying in to your experts here, technology innovation and how that ties into the security measure that unfortunately is a troubling norm of our current society.
So thank you for that question, Senator. And I think all of us are probably going to chirp in on this one because it's really that broad. We're currently in the midst of a security assessment of all of our buildings. We're waiting for that report. and some of the funding requests is going towards that. So, Litchfield is probably, it was the gold standard when it was built. That's our newest one, completed in, I think it was 2017. It took 30 years to build, by the way. Someone was asking about how long it takes to build. Even in the best circumstances with a new courthouse, it's probably a 10-year plan. But in any event, that's, they have separate circulation units, one for employees, one for public, one for prisoners, and it has state-of-the-art electronics and cameras and lights. It has that's our most current courthouse. All of our courthouses should be like that, but we Band-Aid it together using, a little of this, a little of that. I could tell you one of the things that we did do, in addition to boots on the ground, and our judicial marshals, they're trained for 17 weeks. They are an outstanding law enforcement agency. They don't have guns, but they have every other sort of tool in the toolbox available to them, which I think goes a long way towards keeping courthouses, which can be volatile. No one wants to come to court. Probably 99% of the people are summoned to be there, ordered to be there. And they're really good at handling the 3 million people that we have coming in. But we've branched out on that and have built what's called Office of Protective Intelligence. And it has a number of assets available to it. A lot of it's information sharing with other law enforcement agencies, FBI, Homeland Security, state police, local police. But we also have a control room with, I don't know, maybe 300 cameras up on the wall that go into all the various courtrooms, especially exteriors, because we know ahead of time if there's a complex or highly volatile case, it could involve gang members. We know that's happening, and that often attracts a lot of people. So in addition to the boots on the ground, they have additional eyes with cameras at a central location around the entire building. We want to continue to build on that platform. We're very anxious to get the report back from the security assessment to find out where our real vulnerabilities are and start building on that. But, this goes back to the old buildings and 38 buildings as opposed to 9 buildings or 10 buildings. It really stretches us thin, not only with the boots on the ground, and we're understaffed on that, but also with all the security enhancements. When you talk about AI and different technologies, we ask just for cameras that are motion sensitive and lights that are motion sensitive and all the newest technologies with that. That's part of our request. We ask for additional bonding fund. And on the other side, and I'm gonna let everyone else chip in. When we talk about technology with the court, we've been called Luddites by the governor. And I always say, well, we're your Luddites. We don't really want to be Luddites, but we are as big and bold and as good as, we get the support for. But during COVID, this branch of government never closed. We didn't have a choice. We consolidated some of our operations, but we remained open. And I said how we have 3 million people every year coming to our courthouses. Pre-COVID, we had 7 million people. And I think the big difference between those 2 points is that we now have a remote platform. It wasn't built for the judges or staffs. We're in the building still. We were always in the buildings. But it's for those people who have to come to court, who can now do it remotely. And it really, when you're talking about saying going to a family court or even a small claims, you get there early in the morning, put money in the meter, get daycare, a day off from work, and you're there all day waiting. On the remote platform, you get an appointment at 10, you're on the screen at 10, you're heard at 10, and you never have to leave either your workplace or your home. So we've come a long way. There's still so much more we can do, which is why we have, our IT always with their eyes on that. And of course, I'll let Laura Javino chime in wherever I miss. She's the director of facilities, always looking out for those sorts of ways we can enhance, not only our safety, but also the experience for those who have been summoned into court. So that's a small piece, but I would turn it over to my colleagues to add anything that I may have missed, which I'm sure I have, so please.
I was going to say that covered
Oh.
quite a bit, but yes, with the security assessment, it's looking into duress systems and weapon detection and just trying to upgrade and make sure everyone is safe as they enter The circulation systems, we obviously can't fix that by equipment. It's really only by new courthouse design. But, you know, keeping the prisoners and staff and clients, the only place they really should meet is the courtroom. They shouldn't be meeting in a corridor or in the lobby. So we try our best just to keep everyone safe every day.
If I could just add, Brian Hill, Executive Director, Administrative Services. If I could just add, what you see before you in our request is a reflection of many of the things that Judge Pizzuto talked about on the technology side. You know, she pointed to the boots on the ground. So that's our people, our judicial marshals and our staff at the courthouses, our physical plant where we can make some modifications to how we move people throughout the building, but that's very, very difficult. But also the technology, cameras, monitoring centers that are centralized, and then you know, some of our other collaborations with other law enforcement agencies. But you do see an increase in our request, particularly as related to technology. And I anticipate in the coming years coming before this committee with more requests that are matched to those needs.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your responses. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Welcome everybody here. I just have a quick technical question. I need to understand better your request for renovations of juvenile courthouses and residential centers. You say you've requested 5 and 10, and the governor kind of put it in ADA. I'm not quite okay.
We
I'll let
talked
you
about
go.
this.
All right.
Thank you for the question, Representative Piscopo. So we're not quite sure what happened with that. Our request was a separate line for the juvenile courthouses and residential centers at 5 million in the first year and 10 million in the second year. To cover some of the things that Judge Pizzuto talked about in our opening: a new roof, a recreation yard, various HVAC improvements, and other infrastructure needs specifically at those juvenile courthouses. When we got the governor's budget, it appears that 5 million in the first year for that was put into the ADA line, that we didn't request 5 million. It was put in at 10 million in ADA, and we only asked for 5 million. And then the 10 million in the second year was omitted. What you don't see in the governor's budget is a line that says juvenile courthouses and residential centers. And we're not certain as to why that is, but at least in the first year, the funding appears to be there, just not earmarked for the right item.
Thank you for your questions. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you so much for being here. So I noticed on going to technology, I noticed that your information technology division has been filling vacancies due to retirement. So you're bringing in a lot of new staff, and presumably they're really up to speed on new technologies. So I was wondering if you could explain how much of the bond allocation you're asking for is for consultant services, which I would hope a lot of that could actually be in-house, given that they're newer employees.
Thank you for your question, Representative Constantine. Well, unfortunately, all the brightest stars that are coming out of a college now are all with newer technologies. The branch is tackling old technology modernization, and a lot of the bond request money would go to consultants because of the inability to attract newer developers that know the old technology.
So do you have an idea of the $2 million that it's being asked for on the IT side? How much of it would be for this group of money? How much would go to consultants?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's various projects, right? We're doing consultants will be working mostly on legacy applications that we need to get off that platform by 2027, or nothing will work. So we are going 240 with those, and just keep on hitting home. And unfortunately, as we get consultants, not all consultants stay the entire time because a lot of them are of the older generations and want to retire. So they take the position, and hopefully we can get them for a year or two just to get some of these projects under control. But those are the challenges that we have.
Thank you. And just in closing, one more question, Judge. I'm looking at the program acquisition and development of a secure residential treatment center. And so last year we did put $20 million as an authorization. And so I'm seeing that there was a $2 million allocation. I'm assuming that's for planning and design, but I'm also learning that this project has been advertised in different many ways, but there have been some zoning roadblocks. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Representative Napoli. Yes, so what we've done is we've bid this project out a number of times over the last 5 or 6 years. Our typical path toward procuring these types of residential treatment centers for young people is that we'll have nonprofit partners who will come to the table not only to deliver the services, but also propose a building to do so. Over the years, that's become very, very challenging. We don't have a lot of nonprofit providers who are willing to go into that kind of risk business of acquiring a very costly facility, doing the renovations. And so that's been the biggest stumbling block. You mentioned some zoning challenges. So that is kind of an age-old problem in trying to cite criminal justice, in this case, juvenile justice programs in communities. And so one of the things that we're looking at very seriously in this is either reuse of state land or state buildings that would need significant renovations. But that would allow us to kind of because on state buildings we're not subject to the local zoning laws, and so that would allow us to get past that hurdle. So we're working in collaboration with DAS on this project, and we do expect a significant amount of that unallocated balance, the $18 million, to go toward renovation costs or building costs, depending if we're looking at an existing structure or land to build on. You're correct in that the $2 million that was requested last fall is for the design process to kick off. And we are working currently with DAS on that project.
Great. Thanks for doing all that you can to really make sure that happens or some progress is made there. And if we can help at all, just make sure you come back to us, keep us posted on it. Okay.
We appreciate
Senator
it.
Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge, are there any unallocated balances that you haven't used, that haven't been allocated, funds that you no longer need or that you still need? For instance, the ADA. That's one that hasn't been allocated, I'm going to say 4 years based on the information that we've received. So just that, for instance.
So the ADA, the feds just finished, I'm gonna let Laura chime in on this, just finished their evaluation of all of our buildings. And I think the price tag, correct me if I'm wrong, is $83 million to get all of our buildings up to ADA compliance. Some will be impossible. They want a ramp to go in the front of the New Haven criminal courthouse. You know, it's a beautiful structure on the green with these beautiful a huge staircase that's going to either cost a fortune, more than they even expect, or we're going to have to do some sort of accommodation otherwise. But Laura's been dealing pretty closely with the feds, the Department of Justice, with respect to the ADA issues with our building. Of course, we want to be compliant, but it's going to take a long time and a ton of money. And this goes back to my point that I made before. It's 38 courthouses, most of which are non-compliant because they're so old. If there were 9 brand new courthouses, it would be a different story, but we're dealing with what we have. I'm going to let Laura provide some more detail with respect to where we are in the status of that process. We've been working with the DOJ now for probably over 5 years on this, on their review of our courthouse buildings. Laura, you have more to add?
So Senator Miller, excuse me. So we did have an assessment made. We have completed the assessment on the 38 buildings. We have a task list with associated costs, and we are just picking our way through now. Now we have a direction to proceed with strictly ADA compliance. As we do construction projects, we are obviously, anything we touch, we bring up to current ADA code, but this would be specific to attacking the deficiencies in the ADA compliance. So as we were working on a plan and agreement and working our way through the courthouses, I know it has been a long time in order for the assessment to be completed, the task list to be created, but that is done now. We have started in Torrington and we'll be working our way through the courthouses.
All right, thank you. So is it fair to say that your unallocated balances, you're still in need of them?
Yes.
I guess yes is the short answer. Senator Miller, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming before us today.
Thank you for your consideration. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's one more question. Representative Constantine, you got one quick question?
Hi, I just want to reframe my question on the technology part. Could you allocate, like, what part of it is going to the old and aging infrastructure and what part's going to be allocated to the new development of the technology plan?
Thank you. Yes, it's probably about half, it's 50% to each.
And just by way of example, and this is a top priority, it's been one for a while. We are pretty much paperless across most of our divisions, except criminal, which is our largest division. And that's the top priority. It's on an old COBOL system. And that's why it's so hard to find people to help us transition off of that into the new system. But that's absolutely the top priority that we're using consultants with. And as Lucio mentioned, we're on a really tight timeline because it's going to come a point where it's not even supported anymore.
And that technology or that changeover should be done in 1 year, 2 years?
It has to be done, I think, is it 27? It has
Okay.
to be done by 27. And the difficulty also is it's not just the branch. It's 169 towns who bring us paper every day, who are not going to bring us paper. It's going to have to be electronic. So they have to make an investment as well. But it's a top priority, I know, for the Chief Justice, is for all of us.
Judge Bizzuto, thank you and your staff for being here today. You all are doing some really good, important work, and the bonding subcommittee always looks forward to your good testimony. So thanks again.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you all.
I do see that the good folks from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services are in the room. And so if you guys want to get settled, thanks for being early, by the way. We do appreciate that.
Shall I start?
You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Miller, Representative Napoli, Senator Wong, Representative Piscopo, and distinguished members of the General Obligation Bonding Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on SB 1247. I'm Nancy Navarrete. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and I have with me Rick Letelier, who is our Senior Director of Capital Funds and Projects. So just for a little context, DEMIS is a healthcare agency. We promote overall health and wellness of adult people with behavioral health needs over the age of 18. We are one of the larger departments. We have 3,400 employees. Our budget is about $1 billion. We serve over 100,000 clients a year. We operate 2 large hospitals on our Middletown campus, and we have a network of 13 local mental health authorities. 6 of those are state operated, so run with state staff. And we partner with over 130 nonprofit agencies that cover every single region of the state. The governor's proposed capital budget for fiscal years 26 and 7 contain critical investments to continue the revitalization and enhancement of our facilities. We appreciate the governor's support and look forward to working with you all as the session continues. So I'll highlight the major initiatives that are included. The first is a new maximum security hospital. The proposed capital budget includes $50 million
in fiscal year 26 for the planning and design of a replacement for Whiting Forensic Hospital. It is the state's only maximum security psychiatric hospital. The current building was constructed in 1966, and its poor design has been exacerbated by deferred maintenance and improvements, creating an atmosphere that is not conducive to healthcare and recovery. So with this investment, we would begin planning and designing a facility for some of the most acute and complex behavioral health clients in the state. The second are facility repairs. The governor's proposal includes $60 million for improvements over the biennium to our various facilities for client care and operations. We actually have over 70 state-owned and operated buildings, many of which were constructed decades ago. Simply put, the facilities have fallen into disrepair, and this is a critical investment to ensure client and staff safety. An example of some of the repairs that the dollars would fund are new roofs, HVAC upgrades, electrical overhauls, exterior repairs to sidewalks, lighting, points of ingress and egress. And the final area are sprinkler systems. The proposed capital budget includes $25 million for design and installation of new sprinkler, fire suppression, fire alarm systems at our facilities, with the primary focus at our inpatient units in Bridgeport. Our current systems are antiquated and must be upgraded to ensure client and staff safety. DEMIS has the following unallocated balances from previous authorizations: $2.5 million to begin the initial planning of the replacement of the Whiting Forensic Hospital on the Middletown campus, $15.3 million for the design and to begin construction of the sprinkler project at DEMIS's Southwest Connecticut Mental Health System, which is in Bridgeport, as well as additional sprinkler projects at other DEMIS buildings. 39.8% for several fire safety and environmental improvement projects, so including our inpatient buildings on the large Middletown campus, which would include the cost associated for the fees for the design and renovation of various inpatient units, Battelle, Merritt, passenger elevator at Merritt, a replacement of a generator at Dutcher Hall, new fire alarm systems in multiple buildings, upgrades to HVAC systems at Connecticut Mental Health Center in New Haven, and Southwest Connecticut Mental Health Center in Bridgeport, and roof projects at Capital Region in Hartford. Also, $3.2 million in grants and aid to private nonprofit providers for purchases, repairs, alterations, and improvements at community-based residential and outpatient facilities. So thank you for your continued support of our mission, and we welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner, thank you so much for that insightful presentation. We greatly appreciate it. And so a question that I have, and you hit on it earlier, are the sprinkler systems. And so what percentage would you say the DEMIS buildings don't have the sprinkler systems installed as of today?
I'm going to turn it over to Rick.
Good afternoon. Currently, we have the
Mic on, please. Thank you.
My apologies. Currently have our New Haven hospital that is about almost 90% complete with the sprinkler system there. And the following, we have 3 more buildings that we need to install sprinkler systems in. One, what the commissioner just mentioned, was down in Southwest and Bridgeport. We'd have two others that we anticipate over the next 2 to 3 fiscal years.
Thanks for that. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to piggyback on my chair's comments or his question, back in, I believe it was 2019, you came before us, 2018, 19. It was signed in 20. We approved it in 20. We put in money for the Bridgeport sprinkler system because that was an issue. And so that's not completed yet.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The contract to bring on architectural engineering company was just awarded about a month ago. From there, the design will take about a year before installation for the southwest sprinkler system.
So can you tell me what was the delay?
If I can interrupt, the last allocation that we received was 4 million and that was in 24, and that was for Connecticut Mental Health Center in New Haven.
This goes back when I was the former House Chair. That the Bridgeport issue was brought before us, and
Do you think you might be thinking of the garage?
thank you, it was the garage.
Okay.
But it
okay.
was, I have to go back and check my notes. I still have my records. I have to go and check my notes because the Bridgeport sprinkler system was an issue. And you did your agency testified on it. So I'll go and look at my notes from that year. So my second question, I'll send you an email on it.
Okay.
My second question is, can you talk about the grant aid nonprofits, because the money is sitting there, but it doesn't seem to have moved at all.
Sure. Yes, it would seem that way. But it is money that has been used in the past when providers have urgent or emergent situations. It just so happens over the past couple of years, there have been other pots of money available. So we had ARPA dollars, $20 million that was available and that we have distributed to providers. Use that money first. There's an end date to it. So folks did access that. OPM also has a pot of funding for larger projects that providers have access to as well, and that's well utilized. So as this was utilized in the past, we just had a little slowdown because we had the ARPA funds.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Wong? Rep. Piscopo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming. Appreciate it. My question, again, another quick technical question. It's on the Whiting Hospital, Whiting Forensic. It just kind of jumped out at me that there was no agency request in the next two fiscal years, and the governor has recommended 50 million for design and planning and design. Are you ready to roll or
Yeah. Yeah.
what's the reason for no agency request?
So there was, back in 2018, there was a task force that was convened to study both Whiting and Connecticut Valley Hospital. Once that report was submitted, there was an act in 22, and that was an act concerning Connecticut Valley Hospital and Whiting Forensic Hospital. And it was in that act where it was asked of the department for us to bring up a new hospital. So it's been an ongoing conversation since 2018.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for your work. I don't think you get enough credit in regards to some of the challenges we have in the community. And even though we're looking at substance abuse, you provide an incredible service in mental health services as well. So, and I think one of the things in not having the allocation, I just need you to kind of share that and confirm that there was a priority in the governor's budget to address the needs within DEMIS in regards to substance abuse prevention as well as mental health. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that why you haven't asked for additional allocation in bonding money?
So I think a lot of the governor's priorities are around special education and child mental health. We also have other resources available to us. As you know, the opioid settlement funds are available to us on the substance use side. So that has been extremely helpful. Altogether, DEMIS has a budget that is close to $1 billion, and that includes our very successful bringing in of federal grants, our block grant funds. So we are gratefully rather well resourced across the state and are nationally recognized as one of the best continuums of care.
And I appreciate that. I would echo that as well. Thank you to you and your team members for your work. But I want to follow up with the good chair, Senate Chair's question in regards to the collaboration, the consultation with the governor's OPM office in regards to the awards from the nonprofit programs that we're talking about. Can you articulate some of the nonprofits that you work with? Are we talking about like the Governor's Council on Prevention? Or how does that impact with their impact on budget cuts and funding shortfalls? Where do you step in and be able to provide some assistance for them to be partners with you and addressing the important mission that you have that are critically needed? Even though, pre-K education, early childhood, and special education, they're all priorities, but we're looking at budgeting for our nonprofits that are also a priority. Where do you come in that kind of collaborative working relationship to support them?
Sure. So we work with over 130 nonprofits across the state. So in every single region of the state, we contract with nonprofits, whether it's to provide substance use services or mental health services across the continuum from residential to outpatient levels of care for different populations, pregnant and parenting women, the forensic population, young adult services. In this particular pot of money for private nonprofits, very often, our budget is going to fund the programming. So when there's something where there's something with HVAC needed, or, they're managing an organization with a lot of service dollars, but not necessarily dollars to help with infrastructure over time. And that's where this money is extremely helpful to them, because if something happens, if a generator goes out, or there's something wrong with the heat in the middle of winter, we can step in and help out remedy that so that clients can continue to get their care.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions? Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I just have a general question, really. Obviously it's a serious issue, and I want to give you and your team and everybody that works in your organization, credit, because there's such a complex world. There's so many issues. Obviously, we're here for capital improvements, but I do have a question for the overall health of Demas. I mean, how is it with your employees, the staff, and then also the atmosphere of all the facilities? It's a sensitive subject, but it's something that I'd like to know, if it's possible.
Can you repeat the first part?
So the overall health of Demas, and then also the overall health of, the physical building, the cultural atmosphere, and the people that need help.
Mhm.
And you understand what I'm saying? I know people that have gone for mental health, for substance abuse, and I've been in the facilities, and it's a gloomy atmosphere in some ways, but then there's in other ways where the people are really helpful. I know it's not a capital improvement question, but it's a question I just like to know.
Sure.
An answer.
So I think our staff have done an amazing job with the aging infrastructure of our buildings. They spend a lot of time there. Some our inpatient facilities, as you would imagine, there's 3 shifts, so people are working around the clock. We've also been through very difficult times, like when dealing with the pandemic. And so that was very stressful for folks. I think we're coming out the other side of that. Our staffing is a lot better. We have more staff now than we've had in many, many years. So really, we have rebounded from that. And kudos to our staff for keeping the facilities aged as they are, extremely clean and neat. And I'd welcome any of you to come to our facilities at any time and just take a walk around, because they really do a great job with what they have.
I've been to a few of them, and it's, I give people the most credit. Now in Middletown, the state has property, and I can never understand why, because there's always a shortage of beds, why that was never developed for more housing. And if you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that's a larger question. Our facilities are usually between 90 and 100% occupied. So they're very well utilized, both our addiction services and our psychiatric services.
That's my point, because it seems like many times there's no room, and we have that land, and maybe down the road have a vision of building something on that property. That's all. I just wanted to give you a lot of credit. It's a tough job. A lot of people that work very hard for people of need. I think it's unfortunately probably get even worse on society for a little while. Hopefully it turns around. But I give you a lot of credit, but I would love to see someday, and I won't be here in this office, but Middletown be developed a little better than it is, because we have the property. And I spoke to Senator Blumenthal, and I got a lot of yeses, but never heard back as far as trying to get federal money, and Rosa but that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your do.
Thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Representative Yakarino. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here. I'd like to go back to the Whiting Forensic Hospital. Obviously, you need a new maximum security psychiatric hospital. So there was a study now you want for the design, obviously. In the meantime, because I assume a new facility is, I don't know, 3 to 5 years out.
At least.
At
Yeah.
least, will be. So I was wondering, kind of a twofold question. One, what are the maintenance costs, repair costs, to continue using Whiting until a new facility is done? And then in tandem with that, has there been any thoughts of what will you do with the older building once you no longer need it? Maybe not for maximum security, if there's a greater need for psychiatric care. And I haven't seen the building, I haven't been in the building. Is it a viable project for for kind of a renovation project for another use?
There are actually 2 buildings that make up the hospital, the Dutcher building and the maximum security building. So it really depends a lot on the design and what options we choose moving forward, which may come out of the further planning and design of the building. If Dutcher were freed up, for example, it was very hard for us during the pandemic because we didn't have swing space. We had to actually, and hospitals do this all the time, we had to create isolation units for folks to get better and to be cared for while they were sick. And so that took some addiction beds offline. So we struggled with those kinds of decisions, and having some swing space, that's just one suggestion, would really come in handy.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Representative. I have a question. I want to also talk about the Whiting Hospital. So honestly, Commissioner, it gives me pause when the administration puts in a bond request and the agency does. So my first question is, do you have the capacity to work on the new facility?
Yes, we do. And we would do this in partnership with DAS.
Okay. And then I know that the building hasn't been used in a few years. So will it require extensive work, or is it move-in condition?
Oh, it would require extensive work. So again, part of the next phase would be assessing if there was what is salvageable, what is not salvageable, and then determining a plan using architects and a contract manager to really flush out all those details.
So is it conceivable that it's going to cost more than $50 million?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thanks so much for being here. Again, you've got one of the toughest jobs in state government, but you all do it well. And so thanks so much for doing all that you do for our most vulnerable populations here in Connecticut.
Thank you very much.
In the gallery and being so
Oh, this is much better than Snicker bar.
Okay, we will reconvene the bonding subcommittee agency hearing, and the good folks from the aging department are here. And so please feel free to join us in the front and get settled, and feel free to begin your presentation when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Senator Miller, Representative Napoli, Senator Wong, Representative Piscopo, and distinguished members of the General Bonding Subcommittee. My name is Amy Porter, and I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Aging and Disability Services, or ADS. For those of you who might not be familiar with our agency, we focus on core services for older adults and people with disabilities in 5 areas: employment, education, independent living, accessibility, and advocacy. This is our first time in front of this subcommittee, and we thank you for the opportunity to discuss the recent bond authorization to our agency. As I'm sure you're aware, Public Act 24-151 authorized up to $1 million in new state general obligation funds for fiscal year 25 to provide grants and aid for aging in place. Although this is the extent of the directive provided in the legislation, we believe the intent was to expand a recent aging in place safely pilot program and expand it statewide. ADS strongly supports allocating bond funds for this purpose, as the pilot has proven to be effective, efficient, and in great demand. The program model for the pilot was simple. Through a contract with ADS, the Minority Construction Council screened applications, identified 25 low-income homeowners each year in fiscal year 24 and 25 for a total of 50. Then they matched them with qualified and credentialed minority business enterprise contractors to perform necessary home repairs at no cost to the resident. The program funds covered the cost of project labor, materials, and it was capped at $5,000 per project. And it also covered a fiduciary service fee for administration. Although the pilot was limited to serving Bloomfield and Hartford residents, the demand for these services far exceeded the available resources, with more than 5 applications reportedly received for every funded project available. This wasn't a big surprise to us. The need for affordable and accessible housing and requests for home repairs is one of the most common requests we receive throughout the year. Prior to receiving that pilot funding, our ability to respond to these needs was quite limited to a small number of home repairs each year under our National Family Caregiver Support Program. We've included some additional information about that program and some other background information on our written testimony. But in closing, we believe investing $1 million for minor home repairs will significantly improve the health, safety, and well-being of older adults, allowing them to remain in their homes at a significant cost savings to the state. Should the bond funds be allocated, we anticipate proceeding with a competitive procurement to identify a qualified program administrator to oversee these projects, while also leveraging existing partnerships with the 5 area agencies on aging and with municipalities to both spread the word about the great opportunity and to help us identify eligible participants. On behalf of ADS, we want to thank you for your time and consideration of the critical housing needs faced by older adults and people with disabilities in Connecticut. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Commissioner Porter, thank you for being here. And so you highlighted it in your testimony about the $1 million that this subcommittee made sure that we put in the bond bill last session. And so that was part of a caucus priority, as you know. I believe it's House Bill 5001. And so Chairwoman Garibay and Representative Gibson really came to us and talked about the importance of making sure that we had reserve dollars for people to stay in their homes, during the most challenging times. And so just going forward, in the near future, what are your plans? And so how can we help really expand that program so more of our seniors, more of Connecticut's greatest generation can have the ability to really stay at home, when they need to, with their families and loved ones, because as you know, that does make a difference.
Yeah, it's a great question and a big problem, where we are the 7th oldest state in the country. So there's a lot of work for us to do. We want people to be able to age in place when that's their choice. We want people to be able to age in the setting of their choice, in the community of their choice, and provide the supports that they need. We did mention a couple of other programs in our testimony that are sort of wraparound to that. We have a little bit of funding from the federal government for supportive services like this. We also spend a lot of time focusing on fall prevention initiatives so that folks can age safely. But this $1 million will give us the opportunity to collect some data about really what the needs are, get a sense of the scope out there, and that we would do it as a competitive procurement, try to understand the legislative intent in a way we can work with the aging chairs to make sure we capture the right data to help inform future decisions.
Yeah, no, great. Thanks for your feedback. And so I'll just tell you that, you know, as you said, this is your first time here in quite some time. And so, you know, putting those resources there was really important to the entire subcommittee. And so this is going to be a partnership going forward. And so, you know, if we can help in any way possible, please feel free to stay in touch with us.
Great.
Are there any questions for Commissioner Porter? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Porter, it's always great to see you. Thank you for your great leadership in the area of aging and disability services. It's refreshing to see a lack of an entourage as well. I think as the ranking member on the Aging Committee, we've talked quite a bit. And I think the focal point is really this program that you're talking about, and it only focused in on 2 towns. Now, this additional $1 million in bonding, how much of a capacity can you offer in regards to the reach of the communities and also the education and awareness that it is an available program for individuals to age in place within their homes, but also to address some of the critical challenges. Most importantly, one of the biggest factors you cited is falling for our senior community. Can you articulate a little bit what you envision to do for that $1 million beyond the scope of the successful program that you've implemented?
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that we would be able to expand it statewide and be able to think about, you know, we were only able to tackle 25 projects per year, so 50 projects total over 2 years. You know, hopefully we would get some economies of scale being able to look at this in a different way, but there's a lot of demand out there. So really trying to work with the contractor, work with our partners. I think getting the word out won't be the biggest issue. I think it's being able to meet the demand. We did target the pilot program based on the legislative intent there, based it on individuals 65 plus and folks that were low income. And so we would continue to look at a model like that where we were identifying folks with the greatest need, which is typically how our programs work, whether they're state funded or federally funded. That's their starting point.
The challenge, though, is it's 169 towns.
Right.
And economics differ from Hartford, Waterbury, Bridgeport to Greenwich and Fairfield. Are you looking to develop a program that's income-based and not asset-based? And I think the other critical part is who are the partners you're going to collaborate with? And that's beyond from the $1 million, but are you looking to work with town senior service facilities and who would liaison with the contractors? Because that's an innovative idea that you're going to work with contractors in the respective community. That's a tall order for you to manage the complexities. So do you have a plan should you get that $1 million and how you can really execute that plan? Because there is no doubt that there's a need out there, but nevertheless, you're going to be oversubscribed. And how can we get the biggest bang on the dollars that we've been allocated to make the biggest impact?
Yeah, great questions. So the pilot program, we worked with the Minority Construction Council to be able to provide that, you know, work with the municipalities in those 2 towns, because it was really focused in 2 areas. So to be able to work there, to work with the contractors and to do that matching, they did develop a needs-based program, and they were able to identify eligibility criteria around the federal poverty level. So I think our initial thoughts here would be to replicate that and expand it. And to be able to use a contractor, we would go out to competitive procurement, just given the size of the allocation. We would go out to competitive procurement and look for somebody to administer a program like that. But our partners would be just what you said. We'd be thinking about the municipalities. We'd be thinking about in the municipalities, senior services, the municipal agents, the fire departments, which is where we're targeting some of our fall prevention efforts. So, and then we also have 5 area agencies on aging, as you know, throughout the state. They're tremendous partners with us. They get the federal dollars go to them through a federal formula. So we would continue to work with them to make sure they could help us partner and identify folks along the way.
No, I appreciate that. And I think you'll find that the demand will far outstrip the $1 million should we be able to allocate it. And thank you for your great work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming. I really appreciate it. I guess on your proposed expansion of the pilot program, sometimes when we do a pilot, we have a city, in this case, Hartford, Bloomfield, and then we try and diversify a program, the pilot where you would try it in a more rural area, like and you see that need in our towns. You could go through any neighborhood of, in the country and just see that house that the person's aging in and cannot keep it up anymore, or maybe needs retrofitting inside, safety rails and all that stuff. And so as that come into your thinking in the future, as you would think to expand that pilot program, maybe put a rural component to it?
Yeah, I think as Representative Napoli said, that the whole subcommittee is sort of interested in this, and we would definitely be interested in your feedback on how to approach it moving forward. There's not a lot of direction in the Bond Act that's there. So trying to make sure that we meet legislative intent as we expand the program and figure out, is that statewide? Is it to rural areas? So we would be happy to work with all of you to really help shape that moving forward.
Thank you again, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Commissioner. How are you? Hi. So love the idea of the pilot program. We have a significant senior community in my district, as I'm sure all of our districts, as you said. We're the 7th oldest state in the country. So I guess my question is behind the request for 1 million. I was just running some numbers, at 5,000, at 3,000, and at 1,500. And we can either help, 200 people or up to 670 people, depending on what level of kind of aging in place or fall prevention services we offer. So I guess I was wondering, and maybe it's due to, limits as to, what you can offer as you expand the program, first stab, go for 1 million. You said right now you contract the services out, you send people in to do X, Y, Z. Would you be looking at redefining the program at all, saying like, these are the services you can offer? It's already contracted out to people, to contractors across the state who will do 10 of these and 20 of these or 13 of these. How do you envision the program working?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the $1 million, 5,001 was sort of the origin for this last year. So I think that was the amount that was originally identified. I think we're open to what that program looks like moving forward. But what the pilot program did was up to $5,000 for small home repairs. So this is not major home modifications, but it's the small investments that help somebody make the decision to be able to stay safely in their home. So we do want to keep that component. We do want to keep a component of somebody who knows contractors, somebody who can manage that piece, working with us as a partner on that. So those are key pieces of the pilot that we want to continue, and then to be able to expand and broaden the reach.
I would just like to add to what you said about, these are minor, minor projects. However, I think the greatest value there is the fact that, a lot of us, especially as we get older, are kind of stymied by, oh, I really need grab bars in the bathroom, and you just kind of keep on thinking about it. You need to do it, but by you offering this program, it's all set up where someone can just apply, and have someone come in to do the work is a huge benefit.
Senator Miller.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, and thank you for being here today. I have a question. So I sit on the Aging Committee, and one of the things that I've learned is that our state is aging rapidly. Do you have any figures, any statistics on that?
Yeah, we are the seventh oldest state in the country. So we are definitely aging rapidly. We're heading towards being the sixth oldest state. You know, we've got folks that are turning 65 every day. So that population is definitely increasing here. I can get you, we actually have a healthy aging report that is about to get reproduced. It was produced originally 5 years ago and is going to be produced again. That has a lot of great statistics on our aging population, specific to Connecticut, specific to the needs that are out there.
So just on that alone, I don't know if $1 million is enough to keep our aged population at home in place. And so I would appreciate if you would send the committee that report.
Sure.
But thank you for the work that you do. And I'm looking forward to, hopefully we can increase that amount, because I get calls all the time. My AC is out. You know, I need help with my HVAC system. I need help with this. I need help with that. And so, and these are individuals that don't have the means to have the repairs and to make the repairs. So again, thank you for what you do. And I look forward to you sending us that information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Porter. Thanks again for being here. We look forward to this partnership. I'm sure Senator Miller and I and the rankings will be following up very soon, but thanks again. Look forward to working with you.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for the opportunity to work with you.
Okay, my understanding is that the folks from the State Library are here with us, and so feel free to get settled and you could begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, Senator Miller, Representative Napoli, Senator Wong, Representative Piscopo, members of the bonding subcommittee. I am State Librarian Deborah Schonder, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and update you on the State Library's 3 projects. I will start with the most pressing of our projects, and that is the need for a new permanent home for the state archives. The State Library has been the official state archive since 1909, and it holds over 53,000 cubic feet of historically significant records from all 3 branches of government, as well as municipalities, historically significant organizations, and individuals. Connecticut has never had a standalone state archives facility. Prior to 2019, the state archives received an average of 500 cubic feet of records each year. But the adoption of a hybrid work model from all 3 branches of government during the pandemic, and that led to the consolidation of facilities and buildings due to the need for less physical space, and the Digital Government Initiative for executive branch departments has exponentially increased the amount of records that are transferred to the state archives. So for example, last fiscal year, we received over 3,000 cubic feet of records, and to date, we are on track to bring in 1,500 cubic feet this year. Unfortunately, digitization is not a proven long-term preservation method, and retention of the original non-digital format is preferred when available. Digitizing everything might seem like it is a quick fix, but it is not a permanent solution. While paper and microfilm are readable for hundreds of years if they are stored properly, digital files can become inaccessible after just a few years. And without constant monitoring and update, which cost money, there is the risk of losing the very records that we aim to preserve. So even if we digitize materials, the physical storage is still necessary for true long-term archival storage and stability. Currently, around 42,000 cubic feet of these permanent records are housed in an off-site leased facility, which sits in a floodplain and is perilously close to capacity. And once filled, the state library will have to suspend accepting those records that are required by statute to be retained permanently, except in an emergency case-by-case basis. Executive branch departments will no longer have access to that facility except in emergencies and would have to keep the storage and retrieval costs on site until we can once again accept records. So here is where we are in the solution to that problem. We are in the process of converting the last available space in our leased facility from static to compact shelving, and we anticipate this will give us at best 3 years of additional storage capacity. Simultaneously, we have drawn down $80,000 from the $10 million awarded toward the development of a library preservation facility to conduct a study of a currently vacant facility at our Rocky Hill campus. The study is intended to tell us whether we can renovate and expand the existing facility or if it would be best to build anew on the site. It will also provide us with solid cost estimates to bring back to the subcommittee in the midterm for further appropriations. As an addendum to my written testimony, I have included information about similar archival projects in other states. Next, the state library has been allocated $755,000 toward the renovation of our 10,000-foot Middletown Library Service Center. This facility was built in the 1960s and is a critical location for statewide library services for public, school, and academic libraries. It houses the Connecticut Digital Library, the Connecticut Library for Accessible Books, subject matter experts from all statewide library programs and projects, supplemental book and STEM collections, and the statewide technology training center. Using these funds, we will address some of the building's most critical needs, including an HVAC system. The urgency of the State Archives project has kept this initiative on hold this year, but we do intend to fully utilize the award in the near future. And then finally, the state library provides grants to public libraries for construction projects that create or improve their own usable space. These grants allow public libraries to not only address aging infrastructure, general deterioration, and meet ADA compliance needs, but also respond to the increasing need for flexible collaboration spaces to meet their community's uses. All Connecticut public libraries are eligible for these grants, and preference is given to libraries in distressed municipalities, principal public libraries, and main branches over branch libraries. Grants can provide up to 1/2 of the total cost of a project, now capped at $2 million, and libraries must raise the remaining funds through referendum, fundraising, donations, capital projects, or other methods. Depending on the type of grant given, libraries either have 1 or 3 years after State Library Board approval to secure their local funding. There is 1 statutory grant cycle per fiscal year with applications due September 1st. There are currently 18 active library construction projects. Approximately $4.6 million has been authorized for use under the program, but hasn't been allocated to public libraries yet. 3 projects, which total nearly $1.4 million, have been approved by the State Library Board and have already obtained or are in the process of obtaining their local funding. And those remaining allocated funds do need to remain intact as those local communities raise their matching funds. We anticipate 4 or 5 applications in FY26 and 5 to 6 applications in FY27, including at least 4 $2 million project asks. Libraries are asking for the full $2 million at this point, which is straining our resources, and we're currently only able to award about $2.5 million a year in total. So I will thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Shander, and certainly thank you for your testimony. A question I'm going to begin with is the library preservation facility. And so I'm looking here and I see the A to C request is 64 million in 26, and then in 27 it's 32. Great. But then I see the allocation in 25 was about 80,000. And I'm assuming that's for design and planning. I've got to say that looks a little bit light for design and planning. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. So that 80,000 is currently to conduct a study of an existing facility. And what you see in that ask, the 64 million and the 32 was based on an estimated cost. As I mentioned, we're really running up against the clock on this issue because of the sudden influx of increased materials into the state archives. We went from having somewhere between 5 to 10 years of time to solve this problem to having essentially no time to solve it. So what we're doing right now is we're conducting a study on that space now with the hope that we'll be able to come back with more information about planning and further details on costs in the midterm. And we've spoken with OPM, they're on board with this project and plan, or they're supportive of the project and plan as we're working through it.
Understood. Okay. And so I have to ask, in the spirit of efficiency,
Sure.
The preservation facility
Mhm.
and the Middletown facility,
Mhm.
is there any way those two can be consolidated?
Unfortunately not. The Middletown Service Center is only about 10,000 square feet. It's quite small. And it is housing staff members who work in the Division of Library Development and collections that we loan out to public libraries. And so unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to move things into Middletown in the interim. But one of the things that we have currently done is we have transported some of the materials in the State Archives leased facility to that vacant facility now while we're adding in that compact shelving. We'll be able to shift it back and then continue to conduct the study on the Rocky Hill campus. Did that make sense?
Understood. Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for that. Are there any further questions for the state librarian? Co-chair Senator Miller.
Thank you. For the, you mentioned for the Middletown Library Center, you said in the near future. When is the near future?
In terms of need for that space?
Right.
Oh, when we're starting
When
that
you
project?
start using the funds, because it's $755,000.
No, thank you. We have, we're using an existing study on that facility. We're currently prioritizing the project's needs there. And we have reached a point in the State Archives project where our staff can shift their attention to the Middletown project as well. So hopefully in the next few months, we'll be making some decisions and moving forward.
And does the state library itself have capital needs?
That we do. The one thing that's unique about our main facility, which is just across the street, because we are in a shared facility with the judicial branch, they are the ones who make the decisions about that facility. We're in early conversations with them about some of those things, but those are decisions that we work through the branch on.
And so one final question, Mr. Chair, if I may. So the applications for construction, do you deny applications or do they all kind of flow through?
We do have to deny applications in part because we get more requests than we have funding. So we do have a rubric and a very rigid review process that we put all projects through. And then we make our final decisions based on how the projects are kind of, how they are, it's the afternoon. It's time for coffee, apparently. We make decisions about, depending on those applications, which of the projects we prioritize and move forward. If a project is not approved in one round, there's no reason they couldn't come back and request it in the next round. And we have had that happen as well. We also provide a great deal of feedback to the libraries. And so they know maybe what was weak about their application, what they might do differently in the future if they were seeking funding as well.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing before us today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Miller. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Sure.
That's a good, I like this concept on your construction grants to public libraries. I think it sets a model for, I think a lot of other agencies could do it this way. Like, I don't know, Homeland Security and Public Safety, for instance. You know, all of us need our police departments have been just so crowded and so they need a police department. They could go to, you know, a system like yours. And because it's hard to get it on the bond commission agenda, some of those projects. So I like that whole concept. But you're up against a $2 million cap. That's statute. That's of course that has to be by statute.
Yes.
And you're requesting a maybe an increase in that cap with us for us today?
We're not requesting an increase to the $2 million cap. That was actually doubled 2 fiscal years ago, I believe. It went from $1 million to $2 million. But to your first point, we are one of the few states that does provide a construction project like this for libraries. And it is used as an incentive, exactly as you said, for towns to also put in some of their own funding on these projects. And so we're seen as a model across the country. And I really like the idea of using this as a model for other municipal buildings. I think the intention of this project, which is different than some other grants, is really to incentivize them to build the best building that is needed for that community, which is sometimes different than just what can we afford or what are we willing to put money into. And so it really ensures that the building that is built meets the need of that local community and their space and their plans for the future. They work with their community to develop their plans. So that was sort of a response to your first question or comment. But we're not currently requesting an increase to the statutory cap. I think we will definitely be back, at least in the midterm, to request additional appropriations into the fund so that we can continue to provide these grants.
Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further questions from the state librarian? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Deborah. Good to see you.
You too.
Is archiving different from the document storage of historical documents that you house as well?
That is a really great question. Thank you. So we do several things. The state library is the home of the state archives. We're also the home to the Office of Public Records Administrator. And those are two related but separate departments. So public records are the documents that we create every day. And there's something called retention schedules, which essentially tells agencies, municipalities, and others how long they have to keep those records, essentially as an active document. You might need to keep your financial records for X amount of time. You might need to keep emails that come from correspondence for a different period of time. But really the intention for that is to ensure access to the materials as needed for the time period that they need. But what we find with the public records, those may have retentions of up to a few decades that we keep, and then it's okay to destroy them, to not have them anymore. The state archives is intended to be the permanent retention of some materials. So the national average for archival materials of if you think about all of the emails, all of the documents that you create every day, only about 1% to 5% of those are actually considered to have permanent historic value, something that we want to keep forever about the history of our state. And so when we talk about that 53,000 cubic feet that we have in the state archives, that's 1% to 5% of what has been created over the 400-year history of our colony and state. It's not actually that much, but these are intended to be things that are kept permanently because they have some historic value. The charter, for example, that we have on display in the museum, the original copies of the state's constitutions. In our museum on display right now, you can see Connecticut's copy of the Declaration of Independence. You can come see John Hancock's signature on the document that we received as the state's copy. And so we have those objects and those documents within the state archives that we're intending to keep permanently. And that's what this request is specifically responding to, is those things that we want to keep forever.
And I think the challenge in regards to climate and moisture, you got documents that need more state-of-the-art preservation. And I you mentioned the charter. I mean, just a quick remarkable history is that you are in possession of the original royal charter that was given by King Charles II in 1662, right? And we are, through your library and archive responsibilities, for shepherding and protecting that. And that is leading to what we hear a lot about, Connecticut's fundamental order, which led to our legislature. But when you're doing the study to look at new archival centers
Mhm.
beyond your Rocky Hill,
Mhm.
and I appreciate the supplement that you provided of other states' commitment
Mhm.
to preserving our history from transparency and accountability. Is that what you're envisioning, that if you're looking at land and that you could be coming back to this legislature and to the governor's office and saying it's going to cost, as an example that you gave for some of the towns, Tennessee, $124 million for a new state of the art. Is that the vision that you're talking about, or are you looking at just the renovating archives buildings like in Massachusetts, which only costs 4 to 6 million?
No, that's a great question. We are envisioning a quite significant ask. With the vacant facility we have right now, it would not meet the needs that we have. We would absolutely have to, at a minimum, expand what is there, probably make it multi-story. But our cost estimates, if we got everything that we feel we would like to have for this facility to make it state of the art, make it something that would withstand the test of time, we estimated about $128 million for that full project. So in the spreadsheet that you have, there was the 64 million, the 32 million, and it actually would extend another fiscal year after that to another 32 million. OPM, I think, rightly said, let's get some more concrete data on that before we make a decision. And that's what the study is showing us. But the Tennessee facility, for example, is beautiful. It is a place you want to come and see. And so the question is, where somewhere between that 75 million from one state and the 128 million you might see in Tennessee or Utah, where is Connecticut going to land in terms of what we can afford and what we want to put funding into?
To be continued. The second quick question is construction grants or public libraries. What most people don't understand, and this was an education that you shared with me 7 years ago, that the state library through this construction grant is virtually the only funding our municipal libraries, public libraries get from the state, because they derive most of their operating budget from municipal budgets, but their construction grants that through projects of continuing the preservation and the archiving and some of the resources that you're talking about for the state, that is the only grant through this construction grant that is available to our municipal libraries that all of us parochially as representatives treasure in our communities. Please educate us in that regard, that how critical this grant is as a supplement to municipal impact of funding our libraries.
Absolutely. And you are correct. Connecticut is set up a little differently than many of our other sister states. Public libraries in Connecticut are essentially funded and governed at the local level, whether that's by a municipality or a 501c3 association. And so the state library provides support in a variety of different ways. Currently, there is a incentive grant that goes out to each public library. It's about $1,400 a year, which isn't a lot of money. We also provide statewide services. We provide databases and ebooks. We provide access to our professional development staff, our consultants. So someone in a local library can call and say, I'm thinking about changing my collection. I'm thinking about applying for this grant. I'm thinking about these things. Can you give me advice and conversation? And our staff is able to do that. So we provide quite a lot of services through that staff at the state library. But to your specific point, yes, the construction grants are the largest source of funding that a municipality can receive from the state in terms of their local operations. And many libraries would not be able to complete their project but for this grant. For the Category 2 programs, for some of these smaller projects, we are able to pay up to half of the cost of their project. So I've been to ribbon cuttings for elevators. There are ADA accessible services that are being added. It can be something very small and something that you don't even think about as necessary, but really important to, having an elevator that is functioning means that a mother or a father who is bringing in several toddlers can get to the children's department, which was put on the second floor for some reason, more easily than if they had to get up the stairs, for example, or someone who was not able to take the stairs at all can access that full facility. So it can go from something as basic as an elevator renovation to building a state-of-the-art new library. We have some beautiful facilities here in Connecticut. And so in some cases, their projects would not be possible at all without the state library funding. And in some cases, we incentivize, we help the local communities say, the state's pitching in, we want to as well.
And I appreciate that education, because sometimes in these potentially challenging budgetary times, people just assume that somebody else will pick up the tab and that libraries will always be there. That is absolutely not the case. And this is a fund that I had to learn from and the value that it brings. But I think the other part I'll leave in saying thank you for your tremendous leadership on addressing the ebook issue in our legislature, which is a significant municipal cost to our municipalities. So thank you very, very much for
No,
your
thank you,
leadership.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chair.
All right, Senator, thank you. We will recognize Representative Veach, who has been with us here all day online. Representative Veach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that I'm running out of time, so I'll make this very quick. A lot of my questions have already been answered, but I did have a concern, if you will. I guess you had mentioned that the state archives that you're working on, obviously, putting where they need to be. Some of them may be in a flood zone in terms of where they're being stored currently. Can you answer that? And if that's true, do we have a plan to get them out of that not so good situation?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we have been in this, as I said, Connecticut has never had a permanent state archive. So once we ran out of room at our 231 facility here in Hartford, we went to a series of leased facilities, and we have been in our current facility for several decades now. And that is, as I mentioned, in a floodplain. So we have been wanting to get out of that space for quite some time. My predecessor, the former state librarian, had conversations about that as a way to move those records as well. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to secure the support and funding for it to date. But hopefully we are at a point where this is really so critical, we will be able to move forward. And I will say we do have staff who work in that facility. They monitor the conditions. They are checking to see. I get reports every time there is a rainstorm of where there is water and how much is accumulating in the buckets that we have in our facilities, et cetera. So they are in a danger zone, but we are monitoring them and responding to that as much as we can. But we would love to not have that to be something that we do every time there's a rainstorm either.
So if I can also just tag on to that. So are there plans in this ask for this year, if you will, to address that? Or is that something that you're looking to perhaps do down the road?
No, thank you. What we're currently doing is we're conducting a study of a vacant facility we have at a different location that is not in a floodplain. And so once we have more concrete data, you'll see that we expect to come back in the midterm with a full request to build a new facility.
Okay, great. And one more last quick question, if I may, Mr. Chair. I know that we're running out of time. You know, in terms of sources of funding to have these works and materials archived, if you will, do you ever reach out to some of the universities which have programs, you know, in museum sciences, if you will, that can help you archive and store, document, etc., and help the students with their master's and doctorate programs? Just wondering if that's something you utilize. Saves us money and helps them.
Yes, no, I love that question. I will say essentially all of our peers are in a very similar situation. And so we are in conversation about who keeps what, which collections go where, so that we can focus on what is most significant to each of our institutions. So unfortunately, we don't have another institution where we could transfer our records. But on the other hand, we recently reached an agreement with UConn to receive some that they have been holding for some time. So we do have those conversations. But to your question about students, the State Library has a long tradition of offering internship programs and other work study opportunities for those in library and archival science. It's something I feel very strongly about myself, and I want to see us continue to grow. But we do have those opportunities, and it will allow students to really learn as they were going through a specific project. I know when I was in library school, that was the most valuable part of the education, was the time I spent on site doing work. We had a student just a few weeks ago who was a high school student interested, and she came for a week and completed one archival project. And we think that we've made a new archivist. So that is absolutely something we are interested in doing. We are doing and are interested in continuing in the future.
Great answer. Thank you very much for all your hard work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Representative. Mr. Shander, again, thanks again for being here. We really appreciate all the work you do.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay, the Department of Motor Vehicles is in the hearing room. Please come up to the front. Thanks for being here early. The committee really appreciates that. Commissioner, always good to see you. And your staff, of course. Feel free to kick us off when you're ready. Yep.
Nice to see everyone. Let me start off by just saying to Senator Miller, Representative Napoles, Senator Wong, and Representative Piscopo, and members of this General Bonding Subcommittee, thank you for the invitation today to appear before you. I really would like to thank the Governor and the General Assembly and all of you, and I mean this sincerely, for all your support and the crucial consistency in regards to the Department of Motor Vehicles. Without all of you and the support of this legislature, we could not do what we are doing today. In the governor's proposed 26-27 geo bonding for DMV, we're enabling the agency to maintain and strategically invest in existing buildings and future buildings. I know you're very busy. You have my testimony in front of you, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, and thanks for being so direct to the point. And so the question I have is, are there any ideas for locations for a new DMV facility in Weathersfield?
Say that again. I'm sorry, Representative.
Sure. Are there any suggestions for where a new facility, a DMV facility in Weathersfield would go?
Thank you, Representative Napoli. We are looking at different locations as we are speaking today. As you know, that building in Weathersfield, I think many of you might have been there. I know Senator Miller and I have had conversations about this, Senator Wong and Mr. Iacarino have been there. It was built in 61, so we're looking at close to 65 years old of a building there. And I think it's time to look for a different location. And right now we have the Department of Administrative Services that will be enabling to help us look for a new location.
No, thanks for that. And by the way, if you can't find one, I can help you find something in Waterbury, no problem. So any questions?
You never know.
Any questions for the commissioner?
Oh, sure.
Representative Piscopo.
Welcome, my friend. It's good to see you, Commissioner. I'm glad you came.
Good to see you.
You thought you knew your way around the place all right?
Yeah, I tend to remember this place a little bit.
Just a quick question, Tony, Commissioner, on I guess the roof's leaking there at Weathersfield. How you need the roof's leaking there at Weathersfield. You need a $4 million to fix the roof, and then you're going to move out. Any comment on that, or?
Absolutely. Good question, Representative. And I think you know me and how I spend monies and so forth. All right. Is that, again, we have to be realistic, right? There's going to be some things within our building in Weathersfield or our other branches that we have that things may go and we need that monies to repair it. I am not looking to do astronomical building repairs that I know that possibly could be moving within the next 2 or 3 years. But I want to be realistic. For a move like this, of this magnitude, folks, to find the parking lot, to find a house, the housing in regards to the employees, and our hub, which is Weathersfield, it's probably going to take a good 3 to 4 years before we're out of that location.
You, Commissioner, and just on a personal note, I had a pretty good experience yesterday. I had an appointment to register a vehicle in the Winston branch, and I got there at 5:53. My appointment was at 7:53. My appointment was at 7:55. At 7:55, I got called, and I was done by 8:10. I was out of there within 15 minutes, and I met just the greatest lady I talked to that helped me, and so I wanted to put a good word in for you in that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Really, and we have a great team, great people working for us, and just a different attitude over the last few years here, how we can really help customers out there to make sure that when they come to the Department of Motor Vehicles, they get a transactions done so they don't have to come back to the motor vehicles.
Thank you again, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Miller.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner. So your request was $15.1 million,
Yes.
and the governor's proposal says $10 million. So that's a difference of $5.1 million. My question to you is, and I see that you have a lot of this is roofs, repair, emergency, and I know what the Weathersfield property looks like. I mean, especially there's mold in there. I'm allergic to mold, and as soon as I walked in, I had an allergic reaction. And so my question to you is, are you going to be able to do the necessary repairs? Because these look like important repairs here. These are Band-Aid fixes, and that's exactly what they are. Well, $10 million, that's what it seems like, $10 when you look at the scope of it. But will $10 million be enough for you to address just the minimal repairs?
Thank you, Senator Miller, for that question. Again, I will do my very best to make it work. I will look at the situation, what needs to be done, and what can be done at a amount that is less. I will always do that too. But when there are issues with whether it's HVAC, a roof leak, or issues with the air system, those are pretty big numbers sometimes, as you know, that cost a lot of money. And I will try to repair them if I can. And if I can't, then there's a replacement issue that we'll have to put forward. But within those $10 million, we will do our very best. We've got a pretty good, an excellent maintenance crew, to be quite honest with you, with the DMV. And they do a lot of hands-on work themselves rather than me going out to get bids through the construction industry. And I think that we'll be able to do that.
If I may. Commissioner, I appreciate your answer. However, after being in that building, I think the health and welfare of your employees are very, very important. I had a reaction just walking in there that day, just for an hour or so. I can imagine having to work under those conditions. So I do appreciate your answer, but I think that we as a committee have a responsibility to the constituents of this state. And the $15.1 million, if that's what your request is, then I would respect that. I understand the administration has to do what they have to do, but I think as the subcommittee, we also need to do what we need to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just real quick, if you don't mind, Senator Miller, thank you for that, for those comments. We have put a so-called schedule to change out the filters more often than it calls for. So just think about those air filter systems that say may take every 6 months. We're doing them on every other month rotating basis to try to catch any debris or mold, like you said, whatever that might be. Being a little more proactive. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Commissioner. Always good to see you in this building. I'll get right to the point. What is your timeline? I know it was raised earlier, but realistically and feasibly, looking at locations and replacing the Weathersfield, as the good Senate Chair articulated, it is a structure in need of repair, rehabilitation and for the health and safety, not only of the consumers that go in, but for the employees that are working there. What is a reasonable timetable and the kind of collaboration or maybe the urging of DAS to find a location for you? What is the practical timeline you think from finding a location to the pace of government to get a building in place, design? Are we looking at 2 to 3 years, or as we heard in one of the courthouses, taking 7 to 10 years? Because I want to be able to manage the expectation leading to my second question.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Senator. And I would realistically, being someone that used to be in that field, all right, when it comes to construction, I can tell you this, all right, that if we can find a situation, say like a box store, all right, and rehab that, it could take within 3 to 4 years. If we cannot find something like that, that we have to do a lot of other work, you're probably looking at 5 to 6 years before we set foot into a new facility.
That's an interesting thought, an existing building, but I look at the opportunity with HVAC and new construction standards that the highest and best use for a new building is a new one that we can put in a lot of configurations, ADA, technology access. So if that's the case, it may take a little bit longer, which would then allow me to feel more comfortable with some of the numerous Weathersfield needs that you've cited here. Because if it was truly a year to 3 years type of a timetable, then my concern would be this is money spent for something that we're going to leave. But if it's a 7 to 10 year timetable, I think we have to do what we need to do to protect the employees and the people who go through there. So with that being said, that timetable is one where I'm comfortable with some of the challenges that you need to address. I think one of the things that I see missing in this is the fact that to laud your department and through your leadership and the lessons learned post-COVID, that your online transactions, to be able to provide a higher level of customer service and expediency for people that do schedule an appointment and go in, is you have done a remarkable job through your staff and the department to changing the culture, but also using online renewals and the subsidiary AAA relationship that people no longer need to go to DMV. So, but the technology is always evolving. We have real concerns in regards to data privacy, cybersecurity, and the use of AI. So I'm surprised that I don't see any of the new budgetary allocation for your technology infrastructure improvements. Is it suffice, or is it something that in light of the current change in technology, that's something that you need to consider to continue the evolution to online all the time type of service?
Great question, Senator. And it's the latter point. We always are moving towards looking at technology and going to the latter part, because technology keeps changing drastically. Every year it keeps changing. We put them in an appointment system. We figured that 2 years down the road, we want, Senator Miller or Senator Wong to take pictures of what they're coming in for, so we can see it ahead of time. So therefore you have a successful transaction when you come to DMV. We'll be implementing that. We're doing a whole Windows 11 as we speak right now throughout the DMV agencies. We have Salesforce. We're looking at mobile wallet, mobile ID. The technology is always changing, and we have to be ahead of that, but also we understand the security issues that have to make sure that they're all in place too.
Is that funding request in another pocket, not in the bonding?
Yes.
Because that's important for the example that was offered by the good Senate chair, that if she is allergic and the building is at a point and not being repaired, that she doesn't need to go to the DMV. She can do it online and have the trust and the efficiency to get that job done. And I just wanted to ask that question because as I'm looking at this, these are capital bonds and this is what we do with general obligations. But I'm highly sensitive that as you have driven successfully and effectively on a consumer basis to online transactions, that I did not see any of that from the infrastructure. And it's reassuring to know that through your staff that you've accounted for it from a continual progression and anticipation and building out a system that can accommodate needs. So thank you very much for your great work, Commissioner, and always great to see you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further questions for Commissioner Guerrero? Seeing no further questions, Commissioner, thank you for all that you've done. And certainly we hear from our constituents how efficient and how streamlined the service is at DMV. And so we thank you for carrying that mission out.
Thank you very much. And again, I really want to say to this committee and to the General Assembly and the government, thank you for all what you do to help us get to that point. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just some closing remarks quickly. Just to remind our members, first of all, to the subcommittee, thanks so much for hanging in here with us all day long today. We greatly appreciate it. Our next meeting is the 25th, and then we have one on April 1st and April 3rd, okay? I also want to thank the Finance Committee, Ash and Sam and Jean and Jay and Chris for putting together extensive packets for us. It makes our job a little bit easier up here, so we appreciate your efforts, and always our nonpartisan staff, Eric and Claudia. So see you all next week.